Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Ninja World. Kagaya clan uses cursed techniques. Part 1. The night was as dark as ink. The hidden mist village, usually shrouded in thick fog year-round, was filled with a suffocating scent of rust tonight. Kagaya Shan huddled in the corner of a dilapidated shack on the edge of the clan grounds, his frail, young body trembling slightly. Outside, there were frantic shouts and sounds of slaughter, the dull thuds of metal piercing flesh, and the roaring explosions of ninjutsu. He knew it had begun. The rebellion of the Kagaya clan, that night of madness destined to end in annihilation, had begun. For the glory of the Kagaya. Kill them all. The roars of the clansmen were laced with a pathological excitement. Kagaya Shan peered through the cracks in the wooden planks. Under the moonlight, figures holding sharp weapons darted through the mist, tracing lethal arcs of cold light. 3 days ago, when he discovered he had experienced a rebirth in this world as an orphan from a branch family of the Kagaya clan, panic had almost consumed him. He had read the manga and knew what would happen tonight. The entire clan would attack the hidden mist village and then be slaughtered by the well-prepared Mizukage's forces. Except for Kimimaro. Kagaya Shan thought of that white-haired child of the same age, the genius of the clan, a Shikatsumyaku user who had undergone awakening, and the most important killing machine of the entire clan. At this moment, he was surely being watched by Orochimaru's snake-like eyes, while he, merely an insignificant orphan of a branch family, had to carve out a path of survival for himself. Shan, hurry and leave. A hushed voice came from behind the shack. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Shan tensed up, immediately recognizing the person as Fujiwara, a traveling merchant who was an old acquaintance of his parents. After Kagaya Shan's parents died, this kind-hearted middle-aged man had treated him like his own, and he was also the key figure in the escape plan Shan had been secretly preparing all these days. Uncle Fujiwara. The Kurigakure Anbu have already surrounded the east side, but there is still a small path to the west. Fujiwara's face looked exceptionally grave in the shadows. A merchant caravan happened to leave this morning. They are waiting for you under the old pine tree 10 miles away. This is the last thing I can do for you. Hearing this, Shan did not hesitate. He grabbed the small bundle he had prepared long ago, containing a few worn-out clothes, some dry rations, and a small amount of money stolen from the clan's warehouse. Inside the bundle, a finger bone carefully wrapped in cloth was faintly visible. It was something he had extracted from his own finger when testing his Shikatsumyaku ability. That's right, he was also a user of Shikatsumyaku who had undergone awakening, but he was smart and had never used it in front of anyone. Under the cover of the night mist and chaos, the two avoided the chaotic areas and crept outward along the drainage ditch at the edge of the clan grounds. On the way, Shan witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The moonlight pierced through the mist, illuminating an open space. Orochimaru stood there, his long hair fluttering in the night breeze, his deep purple slit pupils gleaming with the light of having discovered a treasure. Kneeling before him was none other than the snow-white-haired Kimimaro. What do you desire? Orochimaru's voice was raspy and full of temptation. The meaning of existence. At this moment, Kimimaro's face was terrifyingly calm. Please give it to me. Orochimaru laughed, a smile that sent chills down the spine of Shan, who was hiding in the shadows. He saw the almost religious, fanatical worship flickering in Kimimaro's eyes, and he also saw Orochimaru's hand resting gently on Kimimaro's head, like a master marking his own possession. At that moment, Shan was even more convinced that his choice was correct. He did not want to become anyone's tool, nor did he want to die for illusory glory. He wanted to live for himself, to truly live. Stop looking, let's go. Fujiwara pulled him away from the place quickly. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, his pair of snake eyes gazing in the direction the two were fleeing, revealing an eerie smile. Another one from the Kagaya clan. Pity, just a branch family member who hasn't undergone the Shikatsumyaku awakening. My lord, is there something over there? Kimimaro followed Orochimaru's gaze and then asked in a low, puzzled voice. It's nothing, just an interesting little fellow. As he spoke, Orochimaru reached out and stroked the top of Kimamaro's head. We should be going too. On the other side, the two, who had been cautious the whole way, finally escaped the Kagaya clan grounds and dove into the dense forest on the outskirts of the hidden mist village. Looking back, the Kagaya clan's area was ablaze with fire, and the screams were gradually fading. A bloodline family that had continued for 100 years was coming to an end on this night of blood mist. Take care, child, we must part ways here. Fujiwara stopped at a fork in the road and handed Kagaya-san a crude map. Follow the markings, and you'll be able to catch up to the caravan before dawn. Although the land of rice fields is chaotic, at least there is no blood mist. Hearing this, Kagaya-san nodded, his throat feeling a bit tight. He didn't say any words of thanks, nor did he ask why Fujiwara wasn't coming with him. He simply bowed deeply and then turned and disappeared into the night. 5 days later at the border of the land of water. At this time, Sean's feet were covered in blisters, and his clothes were covered in dust. Along the way, he slept in the open and ate in the wind, avoiding all major roads. Relying on the sense of direction he had honed from delivering food in his past life, he managed to find the markers left by Fujiwara's caravan. At this moment, he was sitting in the rear cabin of a large wooden boat, surrounded by herbs and coarse cloth, which were specialties of the land of water. The owner of the caravan was a middle-aged woman with a scar on her face named Atsubaki, an old acquaintance of Fujiwara. She took Kagaya-san in and let him do some odd jobs in exchange for food. Kid, you escaped from the hidden mist village, didn't you? While camping in the evening, Atsubaki suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Kagaya-san's heart tightened, but he still nodded. That fooled place, hidden mist. Atsubaki threw a piece of firewood into the bonfire. It's good that you escaped. However, don't expect to live a peaceful life when you reach the land of rice fields. This is a lawless zone that the great nations don't care about and the small nations can't manage. Rogue ninjas, missing nin, and bandits are more common than weeds on the roadside. Sean listened silently, breaking a piece of dry ration into bits, mixing it with a bowl of soup, and eating it in small bites. At this moment, his right index finger twitched involuntarily. This was an unconscious reaction after using shikatsumyaku to extract a finger bone. Although the bone had already regenerated, the muscle memory remained. After 7 or 8 days of drifting, the cargo ship successfully arrived at the eastern port of the land of rice fields. The caravan shouted as they unloaded the goods, while Atsubaki went to rent 2 carriages, and then led the caravan to continue advancing into the heart of the land of rice fields. After 2 days of travel, the terrain began to gradually become flatter, and sporadic farmland and dilapidated villages began to appear on both sides of the road. However, Kagaya-san also noticed something. Many of the surrounding house walls bore traces left by ninjutsu or weapons, and the eyes of the villagers along the way were full of vigilance and greed as they looked at the caravan. We are almost there. On the 3rd day at noon, Atsubaki pointed to the faint outline of city walls in the distance. The largest market in the land of rice fields. Once we get there, we will. Her words came to an abrupt end. At the bend in the road ahead, 5 figures slowly walked out. They were not wearing any ninja village headbands. The leader was a one-eyed man with a notched ninja sword slung over his shoulder. The other 4 spread out, blocking both sides of the road. Rogue ninjas. Atsubaki cursed under her breath and reached for the kunai at her waist. The caravan guards immediately became tense. The entire caravan only had 6 people in total, 2 of whom were teenagers. Leave the cargo and the woman, the others can go. The one-eyed man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow and black teeth. In your dreams. At this moment, a guard beside Atsubaki roared and rushed forward. The battle broke out in an instant. This group of rogue ninjas was clearly experienced and coordinated. After 2 exchanges, one of the caravan guards fell, and blood stained the dirt road red. Witnessing this scene, Kagaya-san's heart pounded wildly. He crouched behind the cargo wagon, his brain racing. Run. This frail 6-year-old body couldn't run far. Fight. He had no combat experience, and the only thing he could rely on was his half-baked shikatsumyaku. At this thought, the bone beneath the skin of his right index finger began to move slowly. Found you, brat. A cold, sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. Kagaya-shan turned his head abruptly and saw a scrawny rogue ninja who had somehow circled behind the wagon, his short sword thrusting directly at his chest. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. The short sword grazed his ribs, cutting through his clothes and skin. Intense pain followed, but what terrified Kagaya-shan even more was the sensation of death. Am I going to die? After escaping the blood mist, am I going to die here? After a rebirth, am I still going to die meaninglessly on the roadside like this? No. Amidst a roar, Kagaya-shan's right hand jerked upward, the skin on his index finger suddenly burst open, and a segment of finger bone shot out like a bullet. PFF'd. A bloody hole appeared in the center of the thin rogue ninja's forehead. The sneer on his face froze, his body swayed, and he fell backward. Kagaya-shan sat dazed on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The physiological discomfort of killing for the first time made his stomach churn, but there was no time to vomit. Another rogue ninja had already noticed him and was rushing over, brandishing a kunai. First kill confirmed, cursed technique system unlocked. A cold, emotionless, metallic voice echoed deep within his mind. Newbie reward issued. 6 eyes. The entire world underwent a cataclysmic change in that instant. Shan's vision suddenly became incredibly clear and vast. He could even see the flow of energy in the air, like colorful streams winding through space. He could even see the chakra meridians within that rogue ninja's body, as well as every contraction of the opponent's muscles and every movement of their bones. Even the passage of time seemed to have slowed down completely at this moment. The rogue ninja's charging movement turned into slow motion, and the trajectory of the incoming kunai was clearly visible under the inside of the 6 eyes. Not only that, but Shan also saw 3 follow-up variations of the opponent's thrust, and the precursor of the opponent's left foot about to exert force to move to the right. Is this the 6 eyes? There was no time to overthink, his body had already moved instinctively. Sliding his foot to the back left, he narrowly avoided the kunai. At the same time, the skin on his left forearm tore, and a 30-centimeter long bone blade pierced through the flesh and sprang out from the outside of his forearm. This was a form he had never successfully manifested during previous experiments. Before, he could only manage to shoot out finger bones or harden his bones under the skin for defense. The bone blade was grim and razor sharp, gleaming with a cold light under the sun. The rogue ninja, missing his strike, was startled and immediately changed his move to a horizontal slash. But all of this was meaningless under the insight of the 6 eyes. Kagaya-shan crouched down in advance, and the kunai grazed over his head by a hair's breadth. Then, the bone blade slashed diagonally from bottom to top, precisely cutting across the wrist of the opponent holding the kunai. Ah! The rogue ninja retreated while screaming, his wrist almost completely severed. Kagaya-shan did not pursue but quickly surveyed the entire battlefield. The vision granted by the 6 eyes allowed him to instantly grasp the entire battle situation. Atsubaki had some ability, but she was being suppressed by the one-eyed man and had suffered an injury to her left shoulder. The remaining 3 caravan guards were struggling to hold on, and 2 more rogue ninjas were weaving between the cargo wagons, attempting to flank them. At this moment, the flow of chakra, the tension of muscles, the trajectory of weapons. All information poured into his brain like a data stream, yet it caused no burden whatsoever. The 6 eyes were not just seeing, they were automatically processing this information and providing the optimal solution for the current situation. Hiss. Who? Kagaya-shan took a deep breath, exerted force with both feet, and rushed forward. His target was not the enemy in front of him, but a rogue ninja who was flanking Atsubaki from the side and rear. That man was focused intently on Atsubaki's back, completely unaware that a 6-year-old child was attacking from his blind spot. By the time he heard the wind and turned around, Shan's bone blade had already pierced toward his neck. What? The bone blade pierced through skin and flesh, hitting the cervical spine. Kagaya-shan felt a moment of resistance, then exerted force to press down. With a snap, the rogue ninja's eyes completely lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground. Brat! The one-eyed man was both shocked and furious. He abandoned Atsubuki, turned, and slashed over with his sword. This strike was imbued with a trace of wind-style chakra. Before the blade arrived, the fierce blade wind had already sliced through the air. In the vision of the six eyes, Kagaya-shan could also clearly see the chakra rotating at high speed on the blade, forming invisible serrations. Cannot take it head-on. Kagaya-shan rolled to the side, and the blade grazed his body, slicing into the ground and cutting a deep trench. The one-eyed man followed up with a horizontal slash, but Kagaya-shan's movements were faster. He had anticipated the opponent's direction of force. While crouching, the skin on his right shin tore, and 3 bone spurs shot out violently. Shish! The bone spurs grazed the man's lower leg, bringing out a string of blood droplets. Although it was not a fatal wound, it was enough to cause the opponent's movements to stall. This is it. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kagaya-shan brought the palms of his hands together, his 10 fingers spread out like a flower. The skin at his fingertips burst open simultaneously, and 10 bone-white finger bones shot out like shotgun pellets, covering the one-eyed man's entire upper body. What is this? The man roared, constantly waving his ninja sword to block, knocking away 7 of them, but the remaining 3 struck his shoulder, abdomen, and thigh respectively. Ugh! The man screamed and staggered backward. Atsubuki, who was nearby, did not miss this opportunity. Her kunai precisely pierced into his heart from behind. The subsequent battle ended completely within a few minutes. 5 rogue ninjas, 3 dead, 2 seriously injured and captured. On the caravan side, 2 guards were killed in action, 3 were injured, and Atsubuki had a serious injury on her left shoulder. Kagaya-shan knelt on the ground, gasping violently. His eyes were tightly shut. That sense of omniscience and insight had vanished, replaced by excruciating pain throughout his body and the feeling of exhaustion from excessive chakra consumption. His hands were dripping with blood. These were the wounds from his skin tearing after using shikatsumyaku. His chakra was insufficient. Although his bones had already begun to regenerate, the healing of flesh and blood required time. Shan, you. Atsubuki walked over, clutching her shoulder, looking at him with complex eyes. Kagaya clan. Shan said softly, seeing no further need to hide it. I am a Kagaya orphan who escaped from the hidden mist. Upon hearing this, Atsubuki was silent for a long time, finally sighing, clean up. We need to leave quickly, the smell of blood will attract more trouble. Kagaya-shan nodded and struggled to stand up. He looked at his blood-stained hands, looked at the corpses of the rogue ninjas on the ground, and then looked at the desolate land of rice fields in the distance. In his mind, that cold, metallic voice seemed to be still echoing. Cursed technique system. 6 eyes. He understood that in this world where human life is as cheap as grass, if one wants to live freely and gracefully, strength is the only thing that matters. He needed strength. And the battle just now, the power that erupted from the combination of the 6 eyes and shikatsumyaku in those short few minutes, allowed him to see the possibility of becoming stronger faster. The caravan hastily buried the dead and continued on their way with the wounded. Kagaya-shan sat on the cargo wagon, letting Atsubuki bandage his wounds. As the sun set, dyeing the wilderness of the land of rice fields a blood-red color, he closed his eyes and tried to summon the system in his mind. But unfortunately, there was no reaction. However, when he focused his mind to perceive himself, he could feel that something was taking root and sprouting deep within his consciousness. The carriage swayed forward, carrying the survivors toward an unknown market, toward the depths of this chaotic country, and Kagaya-shan clenched his bandage-wrapped hands. In his past life, he was a struggling delivery worker, working from morning to night, with no days off all year round, until he was hit and killed by a truck on the side of the road, like an old dog abandoned by the world. But in this life, he wants to live stronger, freer, and more gracefully. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, like a white horse galloping past a crack in a wall. Land of Fire, Tanzaku Town. The afternoon hours were always bustling. The shouts of gamblers, the crisp clatter of dice hitting bowls, and the fragrance of rice wine drifting from izakayas mingled with the warm early summer breeze, flowing through this street in the Land of Fire famous for its entertainment. On the second floor of a ninja tool shop hanging a wooden sign that read, Yamada Ya. On the street corner, a young man by the window tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. 12-year-old Kagaya Shan, who now went by the name Yamada Soshi in the outside world, possessed a calm demeanor that belied his age. His short, silver-white hair was clean and sharp, gleaming with a cold, metallic luster under the sunlight. The lines of his face had long since shed the roundness of childhood, revealing handsome and heroic contours. Most striking of all were his eyes, which were tightly wrapped in a black cloth tied in a simple knot at the back of his head, adding an air of mystery and detachment to him. Beneath the black cloth, the six eyes were operating at their lowest power. Even while closed, even while covered, these eyes from another world were operating at every moment. The subtle tremor of the dealer's fingers in the gambling house across the street, the chakra fluctuations on a roof 300 meters away, the trajectory of water droplets leaking from a pipe 3 meters underground. This massive amount of information flooded into Kagaya Shan's brain like a torrent. The first time, with the system's protection, he hadn't felt any discomfort, but the second time he activated the six eyes, he was almost driven insane by this endless stream of information. At that time, his brain felt like it was about to explode, enduring a burning sensation from the overload every second. It was the old physician from the merchant caravan who taught him to use herbs to calm himself, and it was countless life or death battles that taught him control. It wasn't until 3 years ago that he finally mastered the technique of filtering information. But he still couldn't turn them off completely. The six eyes were like an organ grown onto his soul. They could only be open forever, always watching. The black cloth only played a minor role. At this moment, Kagaya Shan tilted his head slightly, and the perception of the six eyes instantly penetrated the wall, capturing the conversation in the shop downstairs. The steel quality of this batch of kunai is indeed good, but can the price be? Sorry, these are premium goods directly supplied by the Land of Iron, the cost is. It was a shop assistant negotiating with a procurement representative from a small ninja clan. He never asked about business matters, leaving everything entirely to the shopkeeper trained by Atsubuki. After that rogue ninja attack 6 years ago, Atsubuki's merchant caravan had taken him in, and he had repaid that kindness with his strength and wits. He had single-handedly dismantled several attempted robberies against the caravan, and 7 new trade routes were forged through his sheer strength. 3 years ago, he suggested moving their foundation to Tanzaku town in the Land of Fire. The reasons were sound. In the current ninja world, the Land of Fire was the most prosperous and peaceful, and Tanzaku town was the largest entertainment center within the Land of Fire. There was a large flow of people here, news traveled fast, and naturally, money could be made faster. However, he hid the deeper reason in his heart. This was the spawning location of one of the Sanin, Sununade, and also the starting point for many future plotlines. Tap. Suddenly, the finger stopped tapping, and Kagaya Shan brought up the light blue panel deep in his consciousness that only he could see. Cursed Technique System Personal Panel. Name: Kagaya Shan. Age: 12. Status: early symptoms of mild Keke Genkai disease, bone regeneration speed slowed, occasionally accompanied by neuralgia. Overall strength rating: Special Jonin / Elite Jonin, fluctuating. Core ability system: 1 chakra total, Jonin level. 6 years of extreme tempering, both quality and quantity have reached the average level of Jonin in the 5 great nations. Chakra nature transformation: wind, proficient, water, skilled, earth, novice. Keke Genkai, Shikatsumyuku, proficient. Rating standards are novice, skilled, proficient, great master, legendary. Standard techniques: 10-finger drilling bullets. Maximum muzzle velocity is 368 meter per second, effective range is 500 meters. Dance of the Willow, Dance of the Camellia, Dance of the Larch, Taijutsu combat styles. Dance of the Clematis, Vine, offensive and defensive technique. Dance of the Seedling Fern, large-scale attack covering a 150-meter radius. Bone Pulse secret technique: empty bone oscillation, self-created, utilizes high-frequency vibration between bones to produce extreme destructive power at close to medium range. Special application. Subcutaneous bone armor, automatic defense, full body coverage. Bone marrow activation can briefly and significantly enhance physical functions, but will also aggravate the Kekkei Genkai disease. 2 Cursed energy total. 8,473 10,000ths, level 2. 6 eyes. Effect. Blind spot free vision, energy perspective, ninjutsu formula analysis, super long-range insight, prejudgment of micro-movements and energy flow. Side effect. Continuous information overload burden can be reduced through training. Innate technique. Ice curse technique. Effect. Converts cursed energy into absolute low temperature, capable of freezing matter and energy flow, and even conceptual things. Black flash. Effect. Cursed energy, chakra, and physical strike occur within 0.000001 seconds of error, producing destructive power to the power of 5 of the limit output. Trigger probability. Stably mastered, but requires entering the 6 eyes overclocked state. The panel gradually faded, and Kagaya-shan picked up the herbal tea beside him and took a sip. 873 people. He remembered this number very clearly. Rogue ninjas, missing nin, bandits, guards of hostile merchant caravans. In the 6 years, the number of ninjas who died by his hand. With every slaughter, his cursed energy would increase to varying degrees. The system had no emotions, it just coldly recorded, accumulated, and when the threshold was broken, obtained the power of the cursed world through a lottery. The first reward was 4 years ago, when he faced a squad of 13 Kusagaker missing nin and obtained Black Flash. The black lightning from that punch even distorted space, tearing the leading elite Chunin along with dozens of trees that 3 people could barely encircle into fragments. The second time was 2 years ago, when he encountered a pursuit team from the Hidden Mist village on the border of the Land of Iron. It was not difficult for the intelligence agents of the great nations to track the whereabouts of the Kagaya clan's orphans. In that battle, he killed 7 Kurigakure Anbu. When his cursed energy broke through, he obtained innate technique Ice Curse technique through a lottery. After freezing 3 corpses, he quietly left. Currently, his strength was already very strong. Reaching the elite Jonin level at 12 years old was the definition of a genius among geniuses in any ninja village. But for Kagaya-shan, it was not enough. His fingers pressed gently below his left rib, and the internal perspective of the 6 eyes allowed him to clearly see the microstructure of his own bones. Those tiny cracks, the lattice dislocations that appeared during regeneration, only he could perceive this lesion that was slowly eroding his origin of life. Shikatsumyaku Kekkei Genkai disease. A curse that the Kagaya clan could not escape. Even a genius like Kimimaro began to fall completely ill around the age of 15, eventually dying without a cure. Counting the time, that young man taken away by Orochimaru should have started showing slight symptoms by now, right? However, he was luckier than Kimimaro. He had the 6 eyes to foresee the lesions in advance, and he had cursed energy, a different system of energy, to delay the illness. But wanting a complete cure, he couldn't do it yet, and looking at the entire ninja world, there was only one person who might be able to solve this problem. Sununade. Kagaya-shan whispered this name. Settling in Tanzaku town 3 years ago was ostensibly for the development of the merchant caravan, but in reality, it was to wait for this woman. One of the legendary Sanin, the peak of medical ninjutsu, the developer of the creation rebirth technique. If even she couldn't cure the Kekkei Genkai disease, then there was probably no one in this world who could. But Tsunade's whereabouts were uncertain, she was addicted to gambling, and because of the death of her brother and lover, she suffered from severe hemophobia and had long since distanced herself from the front lines of medical care. Seeking medical help directly. That was probably not very likely. However, he could wait. He just needed to wait for an opportunity to approach her, move her, and make her willing to take action. Kagaya-shan rose slowly, his gaze beneath the black cloth sweeping across the street. As the setting sun dipped westward, the lanterns of the gambling dens were lit one by one. Tanzaku town's nightlife was about to begin, and more money and desire would flow through here. For now, he needed more intelligence, about Tsunade, about Konoha, and about this era that seemed peaceful but was actually surging with undercurrents. As he turned to head downstairs, the shopkeeper had just seen off a guest. Hearing the movement, the man looked up at him. Young Master Soji, are you heading out? I'm going to check on Jizao House. Kagaya Shan's voice was calm. Jizao House was the largest of the 3 gambling dens they operated in Tanzaku town, and it was also the place where information was most readily available. Do you need anyone to follow you? No need. With a wave of his hand in farewell, Kagaya Shan strode out of the shop, met by the clamor of the crowds. Leaning on a plain bamboo cane, he moved through the crowd. Within the vision of the 6 eyes, everyone's chakra flow appeared like flames of varying colors. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. In front of a tavern 300 meters away, an exceptionally massive mass of chakra appeared. That quality and density far exceeded that of an ordinary Jonin, and was even more formidable than most elite Jonin he had seen over the past 6 years. More uniquely, that chakra carried a vitality so exuberant it was almost violent, along with a faint, obscure chill. Kagaya Shan's heart suddenly quickened slightly. This feeling, these characteristics. He quickly adjusted the insight of his 6 eyes, seeing through the walls to clearly observe the woman inside the tavern. Long blonde hair, a blue diamond mark on her forehead, and a boisterous sitting posture. A dozen empty sake jars were piled at her feet as she laughed and talked with the black-haired woman beside her, the heavy white rabbits on her chest bouncing wildly with her laughter. Sununade and Shizune, he had finally found them. Hiss. Who? Kagaya Shan took a deep breath like a whale drawing in water, forcing himself to look away. He couldn't stare. A powerhouse of this level would be extremely sensitive to being watched. He immediately turned around and walked into a tea room as if casually, taking a seat in a corner. After 3 years of waiting, the target had finally appeared. But how to approach her? How could he make her willing to treat a Kagaya orphan of unknown origin who possessed the Shikatsumyaku? Seeking medical help directly would surely be rejected. Displaying strength might invite wariness or even an attack. And using money. Sununade was addicted to gambling, but she wouldn't be bought by riches. He needed a natural opportunity to establish a connection without revealing too many of his trump cards. Kagaya Shan was not impatient about this. He had waited 3 years, he wasn't in a rush now. He then ordered a pot of plain tea, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the tabletop. A sliver of the 6 eyes' attention remained locked on Sununade in the tavern from a distance, while his brain worked at high speed. Suddenly, his fingertips stopped. Gambling. Sununade was a compulsive gambler with terrible luck, losing every time she played, which earned her the nickname, the legendary sucker. If he could cross paths with her at the gambling table and establish an initial connection as a fellow gambler, it might be a good choice. However, the risk was also great. Sununade might wreck the place if she lost too badly, and she had Shizune, a calm advisor, by her side. Still, this was the most natural way and the one least likely to arouse suspicion. Thinking this, he felt the coin pouch at his waist. With the dividends from the trade caravan over the years plus his own savings, losing some to gain a chance for contact was worth it. But he couldn't lose too obviously. Sununade was a casino veteran. Playing too poorly on purpose would be seen through. Kagaya Shan finished his tea, left the money, and rose to head toward Jizao House. In the vision of the 6 eyes, Sununade and Shizune had already settled their bill and left the tavern, wandering aimlessly down the street toward the district where the casinos were concentrated. He quickened his pace. The sun sank completely below the horizon, and the lights of Tanzaku town began to glow brightly. The clamor of Jizao House reached its peak at midnight. The smell of sweat, smoke, and the sweet, decadent scent of sake, mixed with the feverish breath of gamblers, steamed into a hazy mist under the hanging lanterns. At this moment, the largest dice table in the room was packed tight. Sweat poured down the dealer's forehead, and his hands were trembling slightly. This was already the 5th, triple, win in a row tonight, sweeping the board. An eerie silence fell around the gambling table, leaving only the clattering sound of chips being raked in. The mountain of chips piled in front of Sununade was high enough to hide her face, but her eyes weren't on the money. She just stared at the palm she had just retracted, her brow furrowed into a tight knot. Behind her, Shizun's face was as white as paper, and the little pig, Tauntaun, in her arms was squirming uneasily. Lady Sununade. Shizun's voice trembled. Let's go. Sununade rose abruptly, the legs of her chair scraping against the floor with a piercing screech. She didn't take the chips, pushing straight through the crowd to leave. The gamblers automatically parted to make a path. No one dared to stop her. The aura this woman displayed at this moment was enough to make even the greediest person feel a chill down their spine. Kagaya-shan stood in the shadows behind a curtain on the second floor, his 6 eyes beneath the black cloth quietly watching Tsunade's departing back. He couldn't see the so-called omens of ill fortune mentioned in the original story, but within the vision of the 6 eyes. He could clearly see that at the edges of the majestic yang-release chakra within Tsunade's body, some indescribable disturbances had indeed emerged. However, he didn't dwell on it. After waiting for 3 breaths, Kagaya-shan tapped his bamboo cane on the ground and quietly followed her out through a side door. On the west side of Tanzaku town, in an abandoned alleyway. Moonlight was cut into pale strips by the high walls, and sewage seeped slowly between the cracks in the stones. Tsunade came to a halt in the center of the alley, her blonde hair swaying gently in the breeze. Come out. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the empty alley. From the very first roll of the dice, that gaze from behind the curtain on the second floor never moved. Don't tell me you fell in love with me at first sight. In the shadows, the steady tapping of a bamboo cane sounded. Kagaya-shan's figure stepped from the alley entrance into the moonlight, stopping 10 meters away and nodding slightly. Lady Tsunade. A blind man. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the black cloth covering his eyes before glancing at his hand gripping the bamboo cane. You act the part well, but your stance, your center of gravity, and your breathing rhythm, not a single thing about you is like a truly blind person. My eyes are indeed inconvenient for seeing, so I use other ways to perceive the world. Kagaya-shan replied calmly, I am Yamada Soshi, a mere merchant. A merchant. Tsunade sneered and crossed her arms, a movement that immediately caused a surge in the waves before her chest. Merchants only smell of copper coins, they don't have such a thick stench of corpses on them. Also, what's with that mess of energy inside you? The chakra is decent enough, but what is that cold thing mixed in with it? The resentment of the dead. Hearing this, Kagaya-shan's heart stirred slightly. As expected of one of the Sanin. Even if she wasn't a sensory specialist, her experience and a medical ninja's sensitivity to bodily energy allowed her to detect the presence of cursed energy. You may call it cursed energy. However, he had no intention of hiding it. Born from slaughter, grown through slaughter. As for the strange smell. As he spoke, he raised his left hand. His sleeve slid down, revealing the faint outline of the internal skeleton beneath the skin of his forearm in the moonlight. I believe it comes from this. Before his voice had even faded, a grayish-white bone pierced through his skin, carrying a hint of unnatural decay. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression darkened. Someone from the Hidden Mist Village. You haven't traveled the ninja world for a long time, my lady. 6 years ago, the Kagaya clan ceased to exist in the Hidden Mist. As he spoke, Kagaya-shan retracted the bone, lowered his sleeve, and said with a sincere expression, I took the liberty of following you tonight because I have a request. I suffer from the bloodline disease of the Shikatsumyaku. I heard that Lady Tsunade's medical skills are unsurpassed in the ninja world, so I came specifically to seek treatment. The alley fell silent for a few seconds. Tsunade's gaze first fell on the black cloth covering his eyes, then moved to his arm, and finally met the direction of his gaze again. Even with his eyes covered, the boy's gaze was uncomfortably precise. I won't treat you. She refused bluntly. The price can be negotiated, Kagaya-shan said. It's not a matter of money. With that, Tsunade turned to leave. That bone disease of yours is terminal. No one can cure it. As she turned her face to the side, the moonlight illuminated her tense jawline. Besides, I lose every time I gamble. Tonight, I won 5 leopard triples in a row, and you just happened to be there, carrying an aura even more unlucky than a dead man's. Kid, are you some kind of god of plague? Nothing good happens when you're around. Shizune, let's go. Lady Sununade. Shizune couldn't help but speak up. Her gaze towards Soji carried a hint of a healer's compassion. At least let me first. I won't allow it. Sununade was categorical. This kid isn't right. At 12 or 13 years old, he can still negotiate a deal with me so logically. He's either a monster in human skin, or there's a ghost behind him. A Kagaya orphan. Who knows if he's bait released by the hidden mist or some other power. After saying that, she stepped forward to leave, her boot heels clicking sharply on the flagstones. However, her attention remained on Kagaya-shan, likely guarding against a sudden outburst. Kagaya-shan simply stood his ground and raised his voice to reply, "What if I can prove that I am just a lone patient seeking medical help?" Hearing this, Sununade didn't stop walking. What if I can provide something you're interested in? For example, an idea for an auxiliary therapy to suppress hemophobia attacks. With those words, her footsteps halted. Kid. Sununade slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with a killing intent that was chillingly terrifying in the shadows. How did you know I suffer from hemophobia? In Tanzaku town, I am fairly well informed. Your severe reaction every time you see blood is no secret. Kagaya-shan's voice was steady. And I happen to have some thoughts on psychological treatment. I don't need it. Sununade turned her head back and responded coldly, "Besides, my business is none of your concern, brat." Hearing this, Kagaya-shan was not upset. He simply bowed slightly. "Mountains and rivers never change, we shall meet again. If you change your mind, I will be waiting at Jizao House." Having said that, he turned around decisively, his bamboo cane tapping the ground as he walked toward the other end of the alley. This reaction caught Sununade off guard for a moment. She stared at the boy's back as it faded into the darkness, her brow furrowing deeper. "Lady Sununade," Shizune said softly, "if his bloodline disease is really in the early stages, perhaps." "Perhaps what?" Sununade grabbed her hair irritably. "Shizune, remember this. The old folks who live long in the ninja world all have one thing in common, they trust their intuition. My intuition tells me that kid is definitely big trouble. The dirty things on him and the timing of his appearance are all too coincidental. 5 triples, HMPH. At this moment, she remembered the Second Ninja World War. It was also after a string of victories in a strange gamble that she received the news of Nawaki's death. She then remembered later, after winning a small bet, Kato Dan's face lying in a pool of blood. Omens of misfortune, inexplicable and vague, yet they came true every time. Let's go. Sununade tossed her head as if to shake off the bad memories. Let's find a place to drink. The money I won tonight, forget it, I'll lose it all soon enough anyway. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. In the deepest shadows of the alley, Kagaya-shan leaned against the wall, quietly watching them leave. The 6 eyes fed back the lingering vigilance and rejection in Sunade's chakra, and also captured Shizune's hesitation as she looked back several times. A rejection, but not one without room for maneuver. He analyzed calmly in his heart. Sununade clearly had a significant reaction to the hemophobia therapy, indicating she wasn't completely indifferent. Moreover, Shizune's attitude seemed more flexible. He didn't need to succeed in one go. There were still years before Sununade would become the 5th generation, and there would be opportunities before the point she was willing to practice medicine again. Tonight's purpose was to test the waters, to confirm Sunade's personality and her level of understanding regarding bloodline diseases. The result was better than expected. Although she refused, she didn't actually take action to drive him away or investigate his background, which meant her mindset of, better to avoid trouble, had prevailed. And Shizune might become that breakthrough point, after her medical ninjutsu level was not low either. If I can't get an appointment with the expert, an appointment with the expert's apprentice will do. The map of Tanzaku town was like a splash of colored glass on the central plains of the Land of Fire, about 5 or 6 li long from north to south and nearly 3 li wide at its broadest point from east to west. Backed by the gentle Kagaya mountain, the south led to the main road to Konoha village, the north bordered fertile river valleys, the east faced a branch of the Jing River where merchant ships traveled, and the west was an endless field of wheat. Such open terrain created this peculiar layout, not a regular town, but a settlement that seemed to grow layer by layer. The outermost layer consisted of warehouses, carriage houses, and budget inns, primarily made of dusty rammed earth walls and flagstone roads. Walking inward, taverns, restaurants, and brothels gradually increased, with wooden buildings crowded together and signboards overlapping signboards. The core area was home to 7 grand gambling dens led by Jizao House, all of which were multi-storied pavilions with upturned eaves, vermilion paint, and gold leaf, brightly lit day and night. Streets meandered like spiderwebs between these buildings, dusty on sunny days and muddy up to the ankles on rainy days. Even with such a complex environment, it couldn't stop gamblers, merchants, ronin, and even ninjas in hiding from converging from all directions. It was past noon, and the scorching sun was at its peak. The entire Tanzaku town was like a giant steamer. The flagstone roads were bleached white by the sun, and the heat distorted the distant roof tiles. At this moment, even the most gambling-addicted fanatics had retreated into shaded interiors. Only a few stray dogs remained on the streets, lying under eaves with their tongues hanging out. The cicadas chirped hoarsely, mixing with the aroma of food, the smell of wine, and the occasional rolling of dice drifting from windows. On the edge of the core area, in a room overlooking the street in an inn called Fujino House, Sununade was frowning slightly at a table full of dishes. Her simple beige yukata was filled out tightly, her blonde hair was loose and messy, and her face was somewhat pale from a hangover, but her eyes were terrifyingly sharp. Shizune sat opposite her, sipping miso soup while holding Tauntaun in her arms. The little pig was quite energetic, its nose twitching as it sniffed the aroma of fried tempura. So, Sununade picked up a piece of grilled fish and stared at Shizune. What kind of benefits did that kid promise you? Hearing this, Shizune's hand shook, and her soup spoon hit the rim of the bowl with a soft clink. Lady Sununade, you already knew. Shizune murmured. You have the scent of unfamiliar medicinal ingredients on you, a mix of bone meal and ice thistle. That stuff is only produced in the land of lightning, the pharmacies in Tanzaku town don't even stock it. And, Sununade set down her chopsticks and leaned back against the chair. You weren't exactly planning on hiding it from me, were you? Facing Sunade's scrutinizing gaze, Shizune lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stroking Tauntaun's back. The little pig let out a comfortable grunt. He, Soji-kun, did indeed find me. Shizune's voice was soft but clear. It was at the Yamada Pharmacy at number 7 South Street. He didn't force anything, he just explained his condition and request again, and then gave me some things. Money. Sununade scoffed. Not just money. Shizune looked up, an excited light flickering in her eyes. He has a theory regarding hemophobia. No, he calls it severe post-traumatic stress disorder with situational trigger-type somatic response syndrome. He said it's not simple hemophobia, but a protective maladaptive association formed by the brain after extreme trauma, binding blood to a form of ultimate pain, triggering a physiological level rejection. At the same time, he mentioned a combined approach of exposure therapy, cognitive restructuring, and drug-assisted desensitization. Although it's just a prototype, the treatment perspective is very novel. Sununade listened in silence, her fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. The cicadas outside seemed to chirp even louder. Go on. Furthermore, he promised that during the treatment period, he and his caravan would cover all our room and board expenses. We can specify any location, any quiet town within or near Tanzaku town. As she spoke, Shizune's pace quickened slightly. Additionally, regardless of whether the treatment is successful, he will pay 2 million ryo as compensation for you and me. If a mitigation plan can be found, an additional 500,000 ryo will be added for every major symptom relieved. He is truly sincere. 2 million ryo. It was enough for an ordinary family to live luxuriously for over a decade, and enough for Sununade to lose at the casinos for quite a long time. And also, Shizune took the colored glass medicine bottle from her robe and placed it gently on the table. This is an analgesic ointment he formulated himself after studying pharmacology. I've checked it, the composition is very ingenious. It might be more effective for soothing bone pain than the recipes I had in mind. At that moment, Taunton suddenly jumped out of Shizune's arms. Her short legs scrambled at the edge of the table as her nose approached the bottle to sniff, followed by a small sneeze. Sunade, meanwhile, stared at the medicine bottle for a long time. For a while, the only sounds in the room were light breathing and the distant clamor of the market outside. An analysis of hemophobia. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice somewhat raspy. Post-war trauma psychology. Where did he learn these things? A 12-year-old brat. He didn't say, but those ideas don't seem fabricated out of thin air. Hearing this, Shizune cautiously persuaded her, Lady Sunade, I know you're worried that he's trouble. But I can see that he just really wants to live. He said his ocular technique allows him to see the process of his own body collapsing. That kind of fear of death. She didn't finish, but Tsunade understood. As a medical ninja, nothing was more painful than clearly foreseeing death yet being powerless. That child was watching his own bones move toward disintegration step by step. And, at this point, Shizune added, he is willing to be the case study. Tsunade suddenly smiled, with a hint of mockery and a bit of helplessness. That little brat certainly knows how to talk. Flattering you, while using money and a difficult case to bait me. He even fooling knows psychology. What a monster. Shizune. Yes. Do you want to cure him? Tsunade asked in a low voice. Shizune didn't deny it, only looking at her earnestly. Can I try? You don't have to step in yourself. You just need to help me look over the plans when I'm unsure, just like you did when you took me to see my first severely injured patient back then. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't answer, but turned her head to look out the window. The rooftops of Tanzaku town stretched out under the blazing sun, and further away was the exposed white rocky peak of Mount Tanzaku, somewhat dazzling in the strong light. She thought of the blindfolded youth in the alley last night, standing straight, his voice calm, yet the words, I want to live, were written clearly on his face. Trouble. And big trouble at that, a survivor of the Kagaya clan. If things weren't handled well, it could easily trigger international issues. But Shizune's eyes were shining with a light that only appeared when a healer faced a challenge. She hadn't seen that light on Shizune's face for a long time. For so many years, Shizune had followed her, hiding and running, cleaning up gambling debt messes, and watching her spend days in alcoholic escapism. It had worn Shizune down, making her look a bit dull. And those analyses about psychological trauma, though she was loath to admit it, that kid had indeed poked at a corner she hadn't wanted to touch for years. Taunton. Tsunade suddenly called out. The pink-skinned pig was secretly licking a grain of rice that had fallen on the table. Hearing her name, she looked up, her beady black eyes confused and bewildered. What do you think? Taunton. Puyo. Tsunade laughed and reached out, rubbing the little pig's head vigorously until she was wobbling. Fine. She withdrew her hand, picked up her chopsticks again, and stuffed the piece of cold grilled fish into her mouth, swallowing after a few chews. You take it. I won't interfere. Shizune's eyes widened. Lady Tsunade. But I have conditions. Tsunade held up a finger. First, the treatment location cannot be too far from me. I need to be able to see you at any time. Second, all medication and treatment plans must be reviewed by me. I won't do the work, but I want to know what you're doing. Third, tell that brat that for those 2 million ryo, half is to be prepaid into my account. The rest will be discussed after the treatment is over. She watched Shizune's face instantly light up and snorted again. However, don't get happy too early. That brat's bloodline disease is terminal. Even I might not be certain of a cure. Also, regarding those psychological theories of his, just listen to them. Don't actually go thinking you're some trauma treatment expert. This old lady isn't that fragile. Hearing this, Shizune nodded vigorously, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but turn up. Yes. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Why thank me? It's the job you took on yourself. Tsunade lowered her head to shovel rice, saying indistinctly, "Go get the advance payment this afternoon. And tell that boy, since he wants treatment, he'd better cooperate honestly. If I find him playing tricks, or if some people who shouldn't be here come knocking." As she spoke, a cold light flashed in her eyes. "I will personally dismantle those bones of his. I will pass that on," Shizune replied with a smile. The four seasons in Tanzaku town are not distinct, but the icicles hanging from the eaves eventually turned into wisteria climbing the walls, and after the wisteria faded, the noisy cicadas took their place. When the sound of cicadas was scattered by the autumn wind, the lanterns of the gambling dens across the street were dyed with a desolate warm yellow. Then, one morning upon opening the window, the peak of Mount Tanzaku was already covered with a thin layer of white snow. As winter went and spring came in this way, a year's time passed just like that. Kagaya-shan, or perhaps he should be called Yamada Soshi, this 13-year-old boy was currently standing in the backyard of Pharmacy number 7 on South Street, slowly spreading his hands. With his palms facing up, pale bone matter could be seen faintly flowing beneath the skin, but that flow was gentle and controllable, no longer sharp and restless as it had been in the past. With a slight thought, a section of bone blade slid smoothly out from his right forearm, about half a foot long, its edges as sharp as a knife, glinting with a warm, porcelain-like cold light under the winter sun. The bone blade was not retracted. His left hand picked up a special medicinal powder prepared on the stone table and sprinkled it evenly over the exposed bone surface. As the powder touched the bone, it made a slight sizzling sound, as if being absorbed, and the bone surface immediately appeared even more lustrous. Then, he clenched his right fist and gave it a forceful shake. Crack! That section of ulna snapped off at the base and fell onto a tray covered with a white cloth, the break clean and even. Almost simultaneously, beneath the skin of his forearm, new bone grew and took shape at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to its original state within a few breaths, leaving only a faint, rapidly healing mark on the skin's surface. "It seems you've completely mastered it." At that moment, a lazy voice came from behind him. Sununade leaned against a corridor pillar, her arms crossed, her blonde hair appearing somewhat dull in the thin afternoon sunlight. She wore a thick, tea-colored haori with the character for gamble written on the back, her face bearing the lethargy of having just woken from a hangover, but her eyes were very clear. "Yes." Hearing her, Soji turned around and gave a respectful bow. "This is all thanks to Lady Tsunade and young Miss Shizune. Don't thank me, I didn't lift a finger." Tsunade waved her hand, walked to the stone table, picked up the broken bone, and rubbed the cross-section with her fingers. "The marrow color is healthy, and the regeneration speed is stable within a safe threshold. That girl Shizune did a good job this time." She spoke nonchalantly, but Soji knew that over the past year, it was thanks to her, the master of medical arts, for her silent support behind the scenes. The composition of every medicinal soup, the data from every bone activity test, and even the core logic of this radical cure, extracorporeal bone breaking, powder isolation, and induced safe regeneration. In truth, it was all Tsunade's guidance, clearing the fog in moments that seemed unintentional. She just hadn't physically intervened, but she had never been uninvolved. At that moment, Shizune came trotting out of the house, holding a record book, the tip of her nose slightly red from the cold. "Soji-kun, the bone metabolism rate data just now was ideal, an improvement of 0.3 seconds over last week. Also, the absorption rate of the powder." She spoke incessantly using professional terminology, her eyes shining. This year, for her, had been the most fulfilling and challenging experience of her medical career. A theoretically terminal illness had been pried open for a path to life bit by bit under her hands. Although her teacher was providing guidance in the background, that sense of accomplishment was far beyond what could be compared to treating ordinary patients. Beside them, Tsunade listened, only occasionally humming in response, while her gaze drifted toward the leafless cherry blossom tree in the corner of the courtyard. Over this past year, this kid had been quite well behaved. Aside from eating, sleeping, and cooperating with the treatment, he just buried his head in cultivation, acting almost like a robot that knew no fatigue. Oh, right, and then there was the business. his Yamata pharmacy had now expanded into a merchant firm occupying half the street. At the same time, Tsunade had seen him practicing shikatsumyaku in the wasteland outside the city several times. The destructive power was immense, yet his control was extremely precise. The root of the bloodline disease lies in the contamination of cellular memory and toxins during the excessive forced growth and retraction of bones. The Kagaya clan treats bones like weapons, using them and then taking them back, using them and taking them back again. The errors accumulated within them grow more and more, eventually leading to the complete collapse of the entire body's systems. The way to treat the root cause is to let them be replaced with new ones all at once. Treat the bones that leave the body as waste to be thrown away. Your body needs to get used to manufacturing new products, not recycling trash. This point must be noted at all times. As she spoke, Tsunade casually tossed the bone blade in her hand onto the table and left with a flick of her sleeves. So, today is the last day. In the front hall of the pharmacy, Soji poured hot tea for the two of them. Tsunade sat cross-legged by the heater, unceremoniously grabbing a handful of pastries from the table, while Shizune sat formally on her knees, holding Taunton in her arms. The little pig was at least one size rounder than before. Yes. Hearing this, Shizune nodded, placed Taunton on a nearby cushion, and then took a thick stack of papers from her storage scroll. These are all the treatment records, key points for follow-up observation, and the complete formulas for the bone suppression sickness powder and marrow vitality soup. After the bloodline disease is cured, it doesn't mean it will never recur. Especially if you are seriously injured, your body's instinct will frantically regenerate bone. That is when the old illness is most likely to make a comeback. Taking these medicines on time can suppress it to the greatest extent. Afterward, she detailed several precautions, including dosage adjustments for different seasons, which foods were incompatible, and even how to use chakra to guide the bone pulse during intense emotional fluctuations. Everything was covered down to the smallest detail, like a truly responsible physician discharging a patient. Miss Shizune's great kindness will never be forgotten, Soji said with a polite bow. Shizune's cheeks immediately turned slightly red as she waved her hand and said, "It's because you cooperated so well yourself, Soji-kun. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries." Tsunade swallowed a pastry, patted the crumbs off her hands, and stood up. The items are received, the doctor's orders are heard, we're even. Shizune, let's go. The ship to the land of lightning sets sail this evening. Hearing this, Soji also stood up. After a moment's hesitation, he still spoke up. Lady Tsunade, please wait. I would like to boldly request one more thing. His voice was clear and his tone sincere. Could I ask you to take me as a disciple and teach me medical ninjutsu? The front hall fell silent for a moment, the fire in the hearth crackling. Tsunade turned around, her face expressionless. And your reason? The bloodline disease is cured, but this method was pioneered by Lady Tsunade and Miss Shizune. I want to study medical ninjutsu deeply, firstly to consolidate myself and prevent the disease from recurring. Secondly, there are many in the world troubled by illness. If I can use what I learned to give back to the people of the land of fire, I can somewhat repay your kindness, my lady. The reason was stated beautifully, but Tsunade laughed, even with a hint of playfulness. Kid, your ability to tell lies with a straight face is really getting better and better. As she spoke, she took 2 steps closer, her presence full of pressure. Wanting to learn medical ninjutsu is true, but giving back to the people of the land of fire. You, someone from the land of water, should just drop it. You've seen the possibilities of medical ninjutsu in combat, haven't you? Chakra control precise to the cellular level, capable of instant bleeding cessation and regeneration, or even changing physical states. For a taijutsu type ninja like you who relies on their body, the temptation is too great. Hearing this, Soji fell silent and did not deny it. I am no longer taking disciples. Tsunade's refusal was categorical. Teaching Shizune was already an exception. You, a Kagaya orphan of unknown identity, tangled in a bunch of troubles I can't see through. If I teach you medical ninjutsu, I'm afraid one day you'll use medical arts to do something even more sinister. She spoke very bluntly. Soji looked up helplessly, meeting her eyes. Is there no possibility at all? None. Tsunade turned around decisively and waved her hand. Give up on that idea. The maintenance methods Shizune taught you are enough to last you a lifetime. Don't be greedy. Before her voice had even faded, she strode outside, the hem of her haori cutting through the air. Shizune gave Soji an apologetic look and hurriedly picked up Tauntaun and her luggage to follow. At the door, Tsunade paused, not looking back, her voice floating over. Staying in a place like Tanzaku town for too long is boring. Now that you're cured, go do what you need to do. Don't keep shrinking back in one place. After saying that, the figures of the two completely disappeared into the bustling market outside the door. Yamada Soshi stood in place, listening to the footsteps fade away until they could no longer be heard. He slowly sat back down by the heater, picked up the cup of tea that had already turned slightly cool, and took a sip. The apprenticeship failed, but it was also within expectations. He set down the teacup, his fingertips unconsciously tracing across the tabletop. Outside the window, the afternoon in Tanzaku town was still noisy, with the shouts of gamblers faintly drifting in. It had been a year. This fortress built of money and desire had, without him realizing it, actually developed a bit of the weariness of a temporary shelter. It was time for him to make a move. 30 miles east of Tanzaku town, at Shizukawa Pier, a mid-sized ocean-going merchant ship was preparing to set sail. The hull was painted deep blue, the mast stood tall, and the sails were half-raised, snapping in the evening river breeze. The destination was Unrai port in the Land of Lightning, passing through the Land of Iron and the Land of Hot Springs, with the voyage expected to take several months. At this moment, Tsunade and Shizune sat on the deck outside the upper passenger cabin, watching the dockworkers move cargo like ants. The setting sun dyed the river water into molten gold, and the distant silhouette of Mount Tanzaku blurred in the twilight haze. It's been a year. Beside her, Shizune suddenly sighed with emotion and fed a rice cracker to Tauntaun in her arms. Tsunade was drinking the sake provided on the ship. The taste was mediocre, but it was better than nothing. That kid, what do you think of him? Soji-kun. Shizune thought for a moment. He's very smart, very enduring, and his willpower far exceeds that of ordinary people. Sometimes, I feel his mind is deeper than a young man's should be, yet he is exceptionally focused and appreciative regarding his treatment and cultivation. He is a complex person. Complexity is what makes things troublesome. Tsunade swirled her wine cup. His illness is cured, but the things in his bones haven't changed. The Kagaya clan's bellicosity, mixed with that cold chakra, plus his excessive precocity and calculation. Tisk, I always feel he'll cause major trouble in the future. But his gratitude towards Lady Tsunade is sincere. Gratitude is worth jack shit. Hearing this, Tsunade sneered. In the ninja world, gratitude is the cheapest thing there is. However, he was quite prompt in giving the reward he promised you. The 2 million ryo had already arrived, and the extra symptom relief bonus wasn't short by a single cent. That kid indeed had excellent credit when it came to money. He said it's about integrity. Shizune responded with a smile. He also said if we ever need help anywhere in the future, we can contact any branch of the Yamada trading firm. Empty promises. Tsunade curled her lip but didn't say anything more. At that moment, the ship's hull vibrated slightly as the shore ropes were untied and the gangway was quickly retracted. Woo! Woo! The ship let out a low whistle and slowly left the pier, sailing toward the middle of the river. The lights on both banks lit up one by one, and the brilliant lights of Tanzaku town's gambling dens slowly shrank into a blurred halo behind them. Next stop, the Land of Iron. Tsunade stretched comfortably. I heard 2 new gambling dens opened up next to the bladesmith shops over there, with different ways to play. As she was speaking, a set of footsteps suddenly came from the stairs leading to the cargo hold, along with that familiar, gentle voice. The inventory for this batch of Tamahagane for the Land of Iron and the hot spring maintenance potions for the Land of Hot Springs has been verified. The captain can rest easy. As for the medicinal herbs for the Land of Lightning, I suggest placing them in the middle hold to avoid light and moisture. Hearing the voice, both Tsunade and Shizune turned their heads at the same time. They saw a silver-haired youth walking up the stairs, still in that simple deep blue traveler's attire, his eyes still covered by a black cloth. He held a cargo manifest in his hand and was turning his head to explain something to the shipping steward behind him. The evening breeze ruffled the hair on his forehead, and his expression was focused and serious. At this moment, he seemed to notice the two people on the deck. He stopped speaking, and then a faint surprised smile appeared on his face. Lady Tsunade, Miss Shizune, Taunton. Yamada Soshi nodded slightly in their direction, his tone as natural as if he had run into a neighbor while out buying groceries. What a coincidence. He stepped forward a few paces, his smile unchanging. I happen to be responsible for escorting and inventorying the cargo on this merchant ship. The Yamada trading firm just took over the freight agency for this route. I have to stay for the whole journey until the Land of Lightning. Then, the river breeze suddenly grew stronger, making the sails rattle loudly. The setting sun had completely sunk into the distant mountains, leaving only a trace of dark red on the horizon. The merchant ship cut through the golden river water, heading downstream, toward the sea, and toward a broader route. On the deck, Tsunade's hand holding the wine cup froze in midair. Her pupils contracted slightly as she stared at the gentle smiling youth before her. Shizune held Taunton, her mouth open, but no sound came out. Soji stood in the deepening twilight, the black cloth over his eyes fluttering gently in the wind. It seems. He smiled and talked to himself, his voice mixing with the river breeze and the sound of waves, yet remaining clear. The time we travel together will be a bit longer than expected. The air at the Land of Hot Springs Pier was filled with a unique scent of sulfur mixed with sea salt. In the mooring area, wooden jetties extended into the azure bay, with rolling hills emitting continuous wisps of white steam in the distance. And there, hot spring inns were scattered everywhere, large and small. The bathing culture of the Land of Hot Springs is famous throughout the ninja world. Yamada Soshi walked half a step behind Tsunade and Shizune, his voice carrying the perfect tone of a guide. It's said that the specialty milk hot springs also have whitening and skin care effects. Miss Shizune might like it. Hearing this, Shizune looked around curiously, her arms holding Taunton seemingly loosening a bit. Even the little pig excitedly twitched its nose, sniffing the aroma of food in the air. HMPH. Tsunade didn't look back, her blonde hair fluttering in the damp sea breeze, only letting out a snort of displeasure from her nose. During the two-day stopover, most of the passengers couldn't wait to go ashore to find some relaxation. Tsunade's group of three also followed the crowd onto the cobblestone roads of the pier town. The streets were narrow and crowded, lined with shops selling hot spring buns, sulfur soap, wood carvings, and yukata. Steam seeped in threads from the foundation cracks of some buildings, the entire town seemed soaked in lukewarm water vapor. They browsed briefly and ate the local famous hot spring eggs and tofu dishes. Just after finishing lunch, Tsunade wiped her mouth, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward an alley deep in the town hung with red lanterns. I have some business. Tsunade stood up with feigned nonchalance, picked up her money box, and casually dropped a few bills. You guys have fun on your own. Lady Tsunade, are you going to, again? Shizune hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Kids shouldn't meddle in adults' business. Tsunade waved her hand, her figure quickly blending into the crowd, disappearing completely after a few turns. Seeing this, Shizune sighed, her shoulders slumping as she gave Soji a helpless smile. Here we go again. Every time we get to a place with a casino, it's like this. Soji nodded slightly in understanding and asked casually, do we need to go look for her? Of course we do. Shizune nodded immediately, put Taunton on the ground, and with practiced ease, pulled a corner of a shawl Tsunade often wore from her bag for the little pig to sniff. Please, Taunton, old rules. Find Lady Tsunade, and I'll give you an extra meal tonight. Pooey. Taunton gave an excited squeal, its black bean-like eyes sparkling. Its nose started circling the ground, and it soon locked onto a direction, dashing off with its short legs. Beside her, Shizune immediately followed, her pace swift. Her previously gentle healer's aura instantly became sharp. Her blade-like gaze stared dead ahead as she muttered under her breath, "Must stop her before she loses everything this time, otherwise we'll be sleeping in the stables again," and so on. Soji followed behind, feeling a bit sweat-dropped as he watched Shizune instantly switch into her fierce debt collector mode. This seemingly fragile assistant showed truly startling mobility and obsession when it came to Tsunade's gambling and financial crises. The two followed Taunton through the bustling market and turned into a relatively quiet slope. Just as Yamada Soshi was about to speed up to catch up with Shizune, the six eyes under the black cloth suddenly captured something unusual in the surroundings. Gazes laced with malice, and more than one. From the shadows of the roof to the right, from behind the half-open window on the second floor of the bathhouse ahead, from the eyes of the pedestrian at the intersection behind pretending to pick out souvenirs. At least 6 people. The killing intent they couldn't help but leak clung to his back like cold spider silk. There was no curiosity in those gazes, no assessment of a passerby like a normal ninja would do, there was only a cold scrutiny and intent to kill. The texture of the chakra was also familiar, cold and stagnant, carrying the bloody scent characteristic of the Kurigakure Anbu after years of immersion. They really did come after all. Ever since he escaped the land of water at the age of 6, this persistent tracking and assassination had continued, on and off, for 6 years. For the past year, due to his focus on treatment and keeping a low profile, the other party seemed to have lost track of his exact whereabouts. Now, he appeared brazenly at the docks of the land of hot springs, and for the moment, he was even separated from a top-tier powerhouse like Sununade. The prey was alone, and the hunter would naturally not let such an opportunity slip by. However, it was hard to say who the real hunter was. Yamada Soshi's footsteps faltered slightly, then immediately returned to normal. Watching the backs of Shizune and Taunton as they ran further away, he quickly made a judgment. He could not fight here. The land of hot springs was a small nation, but it had its own ninja village and order. Causing a scene would be very troublesome, and furthermore, he absolutely could not drag Shizune into this. Then, his expression remained unchanged as if he were just taking a casual stroll. He turned and ducked into an alleyway in the opposite direction of Shizune. The alley was deep, with high earthen walls on both sides. At the end, there were some discarded wooden barrels and debris. It was a dead end. Within the vision of the 6 eyes, those 6 auras moved just as expected. Like sharks that had smelled blood, they silently dispersed to surround him, sealing off the entrance of the alley and the escape routes on the rooftops on both sides. This was a very professional encirclement formation. Yamada Soshi stopped at the end of the alley, then slowly turned around to face the empty alley entrance. The sea breeze blew through the narrow passage, stirring his silver hair and the black cloth covering his eyes. "Gentlemen, you've been following me all this way, aren't you tired?" He spoke, his voice clearly audible in the quiet alley. There was no response. But the 6 eyes saw that on the rooftops on both the left and right sides, 2 people were crouching low, beginning to circulate chakra. In the shadows of the alley entrance, the last 2 figures revealed themselves, wearing the bird masks of the Kurigakure Anbu. One held a blade, while the other quickly formed hand seals. The voice of the Anbu holding the blade was hoarse. "The Mizukage has ordered that the Shikatsumiku must not remain outside. Either come back with us, or stay here forever. Sigh, it's been so many years, and it's still the same old script." Soji sighed lightly. He hadn't fought in a year, and he was indeed feeling a bit itchy for action. At this moment, his body seemed to smell a signal that it was time to feast, and it began to slowly awaken and flow. Chakra mixed with cursed energy hummed within his meridians. The next moment, he tore off the knot of the cloth behind his head. The black cloth slid off, and he stuffed it into his clothes. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of extremely strange pupils. They had a pale blue base, while deep within the pupils, it seemed as if a nebula of congealed ice crystals was slowly rotating, indifferent and calm, without a trace of emotion. Yamada Soshi smiled, extended his right hand, and splayed his fingers slightly. "Come on, let's see what your batch is made of." Before he finished speaking, the four Kurigakure Anbu on the roofs on both sides moved simultaneously. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Thick mist gradually rose, filling the alley, as if he were placed in a vast white world. Water release. Water prison whip. Suddenly, four long whips condensed from high-pressure water streams appeared silently from the mist, coiling cunningly towards Soji's limb joints. It was a standard Kurigakure capture tactic, prioritizing the restriction of the target's mobility. However, in the vision of the six eyes, the thick mist was meaningless. The speed and trajectory of the water whips, and even the tendency of the caster's chakra manipulation for the next instant, were as clear as looking at the lines on one's own palm. Soji didn't even move his feet, he just blew a gentle breath. In the next moment, the temperature around him plummeted to freezing point. Before the four high-pressure water whips could get close, they froze into ice inch by inch, then shattered into a sky full of ice chips. Then, he slowly raised his right hand and curled his 5 fingers slightly. PFFT, 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 PFFT. The next moment, 5 muffled sounds exploded in the mist. 5 pale finger bones shot out from under the skin of his right fingertips. Wrapped in chakra and cursed energy, there was almost no air resistance, and the spiral-shaped projectiles possessed immense penetrating power. Arg! Arg! 2 short, sharp screams came from the roof, followed by the sound of heavy objects rolling down. 2 Anbu had their throats pierced, and their chakra circulation dissipated instantly. The other 2 barely avoided it by using the body flicker technique. Ice release and shikatsumyaku. Impossible. The Anbu with the blade at the alley entrance exclaimed in shock, clearly not expecting that the opponent also mastered the Kekkei Genkei of ice release. Furthermore, even with the interference of the thick mist, this person's counterattack was so precise and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 2 skilled members. Ha! He let out a low roar immediately, his figure lunging forward like an arrow released from a bow. The ninja blade drew a pale arc of light, aiming straight for Soji's neck. At the same time, his companion behind him also finished forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A small water dragon coiled and surged in from the alley entrance, coordinating with the squad leader's blade light, almost sealing off all of Yamada Soshi's evasion space. In the face of this situation, Yamada Soshi smiled indifferently, as if watching children playing. He then raised his right hand again, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and tapped forward gently. Ice curse technique. Frost bind. Invisible cursed energy flowed out from his fingertips. It was not a large-scale freezing, but a precise injection into a specific location. The blade-wielding Anbu's foot happened to step right on it. Crack. The stone slab beneath his feet instantly became brittle and disintegrated under the extreme low temperature. The ground beneath the squad leader suddenly gave way, his charging rhythm was thrown into chaos, and his blade strike deflected involuntarily. And it was this split-second opening. Soji's figure closed in like a ghost. The skin on his left arm tore silently, and a 30-centimeter-long curved bone blade slid out from within. A cold, pale light, like a crescent moon, flashed and vanished. He didn't use any flashy moves, just the simplest horizontal slash. Fast, accurate, ruthless. The bone blade swept across the squad leader's throat, bringing out a spray of warm blood mist. The squad leader's movements froze completely. The eyes beneath the mask widened suddenly, as if he could not comprehend why he had died so easily. By this time, Soji had already passed by him and was facing the roaring water dragon. Facing this attack, he opened his hands, palms facing forward, and cursed energy surged. Ice curse technique. Ice prism mirror. A translucent barrier composed of countless tiny hexagonal ice crystals instantly unfolded before him. The water dragon struck the barrier, but there was no loud noise, instead, it eerily seeped into it. The ice crystals refracted and deflected the energy and direction of the water stream. The entire water dragon seemed to have crashed into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic labyrinth, its power dispersed and dissipated layer by layer. How is this possible? The Anbu who released the water dragon bullet stared at this scene in astonishment. Just in that split second when he was stunned by surprise, Yamada Soshi raised his right hand again. This time, 5 finger bones were fired simultaneously. The finger bones passed through the not yet fully dispersed ice prism mirror, and their trajectories became erratic and eerie due to the refraction, as if they were shooting from 5 directions at once. The Anbu only had time to barely turn his body. 3 finger bones grazed past him, leaving deep holes in the wall, but the other 2, one sank into his left chest, and the other nailed into his right eye. The battle started fast and ended even faster. The thick mist gradually dissipated, revealing the tragic scene in the alley. Of the 6 Kurigakure Anbu, 2 were lying on the ground, groaning from serious injuries, 1 had his throat cut, 2 were severely wounded by the finger bones, and the last one, with a bone in his chest and eye, slowly slid down against the wall, blood spreading beneath him. Yamada Soshi stood in place, not even a corner of his clothes dirty, only breathing slightly heavily. The bone blade protruding from his right arm fell to the ground in its entirety, and his skin healed rapidly, leaving only a faint white scar. Used bones cannot be taken back into the body. Yamada Soshi revealed a faint smile, bent down to pick up the bone blade, and then walked step by step toward the 6 Kurigakure Anbu. Weeding must be done by the roots. The black cloth was tied tight behind his head. The 6 eyes turned off the active insight mode and switched to low-power passive reception. In his mind, that cold, metallic voice did not ring out. It seemed this level of slaughter was not enough to reach a new cursed energy threshold. Vague voices came from outside the alley. It seemed the commotion just now had attracted the attention of nearby residents. Yamada Soshi did not linger. His figure flickered, and like light smoke, he vaulted onto the roof. With a few leaps, he disappeared into the shadows of the complex building cluster of the hot spring town. In the distant hot spring inn area, lights gradually lit up one by one, and laughter and cheers drifted along with the steam. And in this dark alley, only the gradually cooling corpses remained, along with the faint scent of blood and the chill that had not yet dissipated from the air. Cursed energy flowed slowly within his body, feeling a bit more solid than before. Soji stopped on the roof and looked back in the direction of the docks, where the merchant ship was anchored quietly in the bay amidst the twilight. The inn, Unoyato Oborozuki, was an old establishment hidden at the end of a quiet slope deep within the hot spring town. The 3-story wooden building had faded indigo-dyed Norin hanging from the eaves, and the paper screens on the sliding doors reflected the dim yellow light from within. A faint scent of sulfur always floated in the air, mixed with the slightly bitter aroma of old, damp wood. In the innermost suite on the 2nd floor, the outer room served as a tea room for guests, while the inner room was for sleeping. At this moment, Sununade sat cross-legged by the low table in the tea room, an empty money box spread out before her, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shizune sat kneeling opposite her, holding Taunton, carefully wiping Sunade's face with a hot towel. There was a small bruise on her temple. It was unclear whether she had bumped it during the chaos at the casino or if she had punched herself in a fit of frustration over her losses. 1,270,000 ryo. A full 1,270,000 ryo, Lady Sunade. Shizune's voice carried a hint of a sob. We agreed to only play until sunset, but you even bet all the advance medical fees. Now, forget the gambling ships in the land of lightning, we don't even have money for tomorrow's food. Noisy. Sunade irritably batted her hand away. What's lost is lost. I'll just win it back next time. Is the hot water ready? I want to bathe. It's been ready for a while, but. At that moment, the sound of a sliding door opening interrupted Shizune's complaining. Yamada Soshi stood at the door, clearly having just finished his bath. His short silvery white hair clung damply to his forehead, with water still dripping from the tips. Droplets slid down his sharp jawline and disappeared into the collar of his loose, dark gray yukata. Over a year of recuperation and the eradication of his bloodline disease had caused his once slender frame to grow taller. Though still lean, the outline of his shoulders had begun to show a sturdy shape. After being soaked in the hot spring, his skin glowed with a healthy luster, no longer possessing the deep-seated pallor of the bones and blood from before. Most striking were still those eyes, now covered again by a thin, dry black band. Against his slightly flushed post-bath skin, that touch of black was particularly conspicuous. The thin band was tied in a simple flat knot at the back of his head, with the two ends hanging down over his shoulders. Despite being blindfolded, his steps as he walked in precisely avoided the cushions and tea sets on the floor, and he sat down directly on the other side of the low table, his posture relaxed and natural. The hot spring is nice, he spoke, his voice slightly raspy after the bath. The milk bath certainly lives up to its reputation, my skin does feel smoother. Beside him, Shizune subconsciously nodded along, then her face slumped again. Soji-kun, you're still in the mood for a hot spring. We're about to go bankrupt and sleep on the streets. Sununade didn't respond. Her golden eyes, sharp as a scalpel, had been fixed on Soshi from the moment he entered. Her gaze swept over his damp hair roots, the faint lines of his collarbones beneath the yukata collar, and his hands resting casually on his knees. There was an extremely subtle, unnatural faint redness on his knuckles, looking like marks of flesh that had just rapidly healed. And, despite having bathed, beneath the steam of the hot spring and the scent of soap, there was a faint, lingering smell of blood. It wasn't fresh blood, it was the kind that had been frozen at low temperatures and then forcibly thawed, mixed with a certain chilling, uncomfortable resonance. You got into a fight, Sununade suddenly spoke, not as a question, but as a definitive statement. The air in the tea room froze for a moment. Shizune's hand wiping the face stopped, and she looked at Soshi in shock. Taunton let out an uneasy, Puyo, in her arms, her little nose twitching in Soshi's direction. Soshi raised his hand, picked up the iron kettle warming on the stove, and poured himself a cup of hot tea. The steam rose, blurring the lower half of his face beneath the black blindfold. Yeah, he admitted it quite frankly, taking a sip of tea. But it was just some small trouble, and I've cleaned it up. Small trouble. Sununade sneered, leaning forward with her elbows on the table, staring at him. A small trouble, that required you to use shikatsumyaku and draw blood. Where would such trouble come from in a peaceful place like the land of hot springs? Hearing this, Soshi set down his teacup, his fingertips lightly stroking the rim, his tone flat. It was people from the hidden mist. They probably never gave up on looking for me. Kurigakure Anbu. Shizune's expression changed. They chased you all the way here. How many were there? Soji-kun, you're not hurt, are you? As she spoke, she instinctively wanted to put Taunton down and come over to check. 6 people. I'm not hurt. Soshi's tone was calm. The location was remote, so it didn't alert the Yugakure ninja, and no survivors were left. There shouldn't be any more tales for a while. He spoke nonchalantly, but both Shizune and Sununade could sense the danger behind it. 6 Kurigakure Anbu, an ambush at a chosen location, yet he managed to escape unscathed and wipe them out. This strength. Sununade leaned back against the chair again, crossing her arms, the worry in her eyes easing slightly. Honestly, those mad dogs from the hidden mist. The Third War ended so many years ago, and they're still doing that internal purge nonsense. But then again, although the blood mist policy has nominally been abolished, that underlying madness won't be completely gone for a generation or two. Saying this, she paused and looked at Shizune, asking casually, by the way, what year did the Third Great Ninja War end? Konoha. Konoha 47. 48. Shizune immediately replied, it was Konoha year 48, when the various nations gradually signed the armistice agreements, Lady Sununade. Although large-scale combat had stopped long before, minor frictions continued until that year. She remembered these dates quite clearly. Since then, although there are still frictions at the borders of the 5 great nations, there haven't been any major conflicts. Now, all nations are focusing on recovery and development. Konoha year 48. Hearing this, Yamada Soshi repeated in a low voice, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Then now should be Konoha year 59. That's right. Beside him, Shizune nodded and asked back, this year is indeed Konoha year 59. Is there a problem, Soji-kun? It's nothing. Soshi shook his head, his blindfolded face turning toward the night scene outside the window. I just feel that time passes so quickly. Konoha year 59. He calculated silently in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto, the child of destiny, should be 9 years old this year. A 3-year difference from the age of his current body. That means there are 3 years left until that important turning point, the Konoha Crush plan. 3 years, it's not long, but it's not short either. Hey, kid. At this point, Tsunade's voice pulled him back to reality. Since the hidden mist people tracked you here, it means your whereabouts have been exposed. What do you plan to do next? Keep following our boat. Let me state this clearly. I won't act as your free bodyguard. Hearing this, Soshi turned his head with a smile and looked at her. Lady Tsunade worries too much. The hidden mist's target is me, it won't involve others. Besides, I must take full responsibility for the goods of the Yamada trading firm. As for safety, I can handle it myself. HMPH, suit yourself. Tsunade curled her lip and scratched her hair irritably. It was a shame she couldn't take the opportunity to extort a protection fee. Shizune, don't just stand there. Go ask the shopkeeper if they have any cheap sake. Since we've lost all our money, we should at least drink some to get our money's worth. Lady Tsunade, we really have no money left. Tisk, put it on the tab. Put it on that kid's tab. Tsunade pointed at Yamada Soshi with a look of annoyance. Didn't he say he'd be responsible for room and board? Sake is part of room and board. Hearing this, Soshi chuckled, pulled a small wallet from the sleeve of his yukata, and pushed it toward Shizune. There's some change inside. Sorry for the trouble, Miss Shizune. Also. As he spoke, he took out several larger denomination bills and placed them on the table. Consider this my personal thanks for the care you two have given me over the past year. While it's not enough to cover Lady Tsunade's losses tonight, it should help with the immediate emergency. Shizune looked at the stack of bills, then at Tsunade, hesitating. She really wanted to refuse firmly, but she and Lady Tsunade were indeed on the verge of bankruptcy. Tsunade stared at the bills for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out, grabbed them, and tucked them into her bosom in one fluid motion. You know how things work. Shizune, go buy some sake, the most expensive kind, and get some snacks. Pickles will do, we can save a bit there. Seeing this, Shizune didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She picked up Tauntaun and stood up. Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, Soji-kun, thank you. After thanking him, Shizune took the money bag, slid open the door, and left. For a moment, only Tsunade and Soji remained in the tea room. The hearth crackled, and the kettle let out a faint hiss. What will happen 3 years from now? Tsunade suddenly asked out of the blue. Hearing this, Soji's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. What? When you were calculating the time just now, your heartbeat quickened by 0.3 seconds. Tsunade let out a scoff. She unhurriedly poured herself a cup of tea, blew on the steam, and continued, although I don't know what you're calculating, it seems like it's related to you. Or is it related to the ninja world? It's just some cycle planning for business matters, Soji said in a steady tone. Say whatever you want. Tsunade drained her tea and slammed the cup down heavily. However, I don't care what plans you have. I'll only give you one piece of advice. Kid, Shizune and I worked hard to snatch your life back from the King of Hell. Don't go throwing it away so easily again. Also, your bloodline disease just got better, so use your bones sparingly. After saying that, she stood up and stretched, her yukata surging along with her ample curves for a moment. I'm going to take a bath. Put the sake in my room when it arrives. She walked out with a click-clack of her sandals, and the sliding door closed. Soji also withdrew his wandering gaze. Sitting alone in the tea room, listening to the fading footsteps in the hallway, he raised a hand to lightly touch the black cloth covering his eyes. 3 years. Outside the window, the lights of the hot spring town were dim. Faint sounds of laughter and shamisen music drifted from a distant hot spring inn. Under the tranquil night sky, the river of time surged silently, carrying those who knew the future toward the distance. At this thought, He picked up the now lukewarm tea and downed it in one gulp. The tea tasted bitter, with a long-lasting sweet aftertaste. The merchant ship docked in the land of hot springs for 2 days. The cabin was filled with local specialties: sulfur soap, hot spring buns, yukata fabrics printed with ukiyo-e, and dozens of barrels of hot spring maintenance agents labeled with secret healing formulas. The ship's waterline had clearly sunk. In the morning mist of the third day, it slowly left the pier and set sail for the next stop, the land of iron. After sailing at sea for half a day, the afternoon sunlight spilled into the upper cabin through the porthole. The three sat around a low table. On the table were several small side dishes, a bottle of sake, and the hot spring buns brought on board from the land of hot springs. As for Taunton, she lay by Shizun's legs, nibbling on bun crumbs in small bites. Sunade's expression, however, was somewhat unpleasant. It certainly wasn't because of seasickness. For a ninja of her level, the bumpy sea was no different from level ground. It was because of her wallet. Or to put it bluntly, Sunade had gambled herself into bankruptcy. Perhaps the word, again, should be added. Lady Sunade. Shizun, who was at her side, spoke cautiously. How about, once we reach the land of iron, we first find a place to. Shut up. Sunade gulped down a mouthful of sake in frustration, her golden eyes narrowing dangerously. Let me be quiet for a while. Soji kept his teacup raised, hiding a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Although the six eyes' active insight was turned off, the atmosphere inside the cabin was clearly perceptible. The irritability on Sunade after losing everything and the despair on Shizun at having to live through hard times again intertwined into a subtle sense of embarrassment. 2 days. In just 2 days, Sunade had not only lost all the emergency funds she had taken from Soji, but she had also borrowed a large sum from the underground exchange in the land of hot springs. It was said that the interest was shockingly high. Now, she probably couldn't even pull out a single 10 ryo coin. Ahem. Soji coughed lightly and put down his teacup, his tone peaceful. Lady Sunade, you don't need to worry about the ship fare and meal expenses, they are all my responsibility as per our agreement. It's just. Just what? Sunade looked up at him. Her blonde hair was a bit messy in the afternoon sun, and the collar of her yukata was slightly open, revealing an elegant collarbone. It's just that I'm a bit curious. Soji raised an eyebrow, weighing his words. Given your status and strength, if you wanted to make money, it shouldn't be difficult. Why do you always lose everything? Sunade finished his sentence and scoffed. Kid, you don't understand. In a place like a casino, winning or losing isn't the point. The point is the feeling of that single moment. As she spoke, she leaned back and picked up her sake cup with her fingers, her posture languid. The afternoon sunlight shone in obliquely, casting mottled shadows on her face. Those golden eyes reflected the light of the sake, actually revealing a hint of hazy charm. Betting everything, the racing heart, the moment the dice fall, that thrill of not knowing whether you'll win or lose can make a person forget many things. She took a sip of sake and licked the sake stain from the corner of her mouth with the tip of her tongue. Her voice also became much softer. Enough to make one forget some things they don't want to remember. The cabin fell silent for a moment. Shizun lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stroking Taunton's back. She knew what Lady Sunade was talking about. Soji also fell silent. He looked at Sunade. Although the six eyes under the black cloth were not operating at full power, they could still capture those subtle fluctuations. When she mentioned the word, forget, that majestic yang release energy deep within her chakra experienced a moment of stagnation, as if something were stuck there, blocking the smooth flow. The matter of Lord Nawaki, and Lord Dan. Shizun spoke softly, as if explaining to Soji, yet also as a sort of habitual follow-up. Lady Sunade has always. Shizun. Sunade interrupted her, her voice devoid of ups and downs. Don't drone on about these old stories in front of unrelated people. Shizun pursed her lips and stopped talking, but Soji knew. He knew about Nawaki, Sunade's younger brother and the disciple of Orochimaru the Cold. He died in an explosive tag trap during the Second Ninja World War at the age of only 12. He also knew about Kato Dan, Tsunade's former lover and a Konoha elite Jonin. A top-tier genius of the spirit transformation technique, he also died on the battlefield, he even died right in front of Tsunade. And she herself, despite possessing the peak ability of medical ninjutsu, could not save the people most important to her. Twice. He was clearer about these things than anyone else because he had seen the original work and knew those stories. In the past, he hadn't thought much of it, but perhaps because of the year or so they had spent together, Yamada Soshi had gradually come to understand the weight within. So, at this time, Tsunade suddenly leaned forward, her arms propped on the table. Her yukata sleeves slid down, revealing a section of her fair forearms. She stared straight at Soji like that, the corners of her mouth curling into a half smile. Kid, since you're so rich, why don't you lend me a bit more? We can discuss the interest. As she spoke, she deliberately elongated her tone, carrying a hint of intentional languidness and provocation. Her blonde hair slid from her shoulders and hung at the edge of the table, swaying gently with the rocking of the ship. Her open collar deepened further, and the curves faintly visible below her collarbone were gilded with an ambiguous glow in the sunlight. Seeing this, Shizun's face instantly turned red. Lady Tsunade is so bold. Soji's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Although the six eyes were covered, his perception was sufficient to see Tsunade's current posture clearly. That sort of nonchalant yet highly aggressive coquettishness that only a mature woman could possess, mixed with the scent of sake and a faint body fragrance, was no less powerful than a nuclear warhead to a virgin. But he also knew it was an act. Princess Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, and one of the legendary Sannin, how could she truly use such tactics on a kid? She was testing him, and also playing. She seemed to be using this method to cover up that moment of emotional loss of control just now, and also to test his reaction in a roundabout way. How much do you need? Soji asked calmly. Hearing this, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting him to be so direct. She leaned back from her forward position, resting against the chair, and picked up her wine cup again, her tone light. Oh, so generous. Aren't you afraid I won't be able to pay you back? You can certainly afford to pay me back, Soji shook his head. You just don't want to. Hey Tilda. Tsunade let out a scoffing laugh, one that held a rare hint of genuine amusement. Kid, you certainly understand things. After spending a year together, I can see a few things. Soji set down his teacup and turned to her. I can lend you the money, but I have one condition. A condition? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her tone taking on a playful edge. Let's hear it. But let me make one thing clear first. This old lady isn't selling her body. Selling her body. Shizun nearly choked on her own saliva. Soji, however, remained unfazed. You're overthinking it. I simply want to use money to exchange for some knowledge. Knowledge. Knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Soji looked at Tsunade, his tone very frank. I've tested it. I possess wind, water, and earth chakra natures. But you must have noticed as well. I've hardly made a conscious effort to learn any ninjutsu. In battle, I rely entirely on shikatsumyaku and taijutsu, as well as the cursed techniques I mentioned to you. A year ago, I asked to be your disciple and you refused. But I think, if it's just using money to purchase some basic theories, the principles of medical ninjutsu, and techniques for fine chakra control, that shouldn't violate your principles, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the cabin fell silent, save for the dull thud of waves hitting the hull and the distant cries of seabirds. Tsunade held her wine cup, her golden eyes staring at him. Her gaze became sharp and deep. The lazy, flirtatious air vanished, replaced by a certain scrutiny. Medical ninjutsu is not an ordinary technique. After a moment, she spoke slowly. It requires extremely precise chakra control and a profound understanding of human anatomy, chakra pathways, and cell regeneration mechanisms. A single mistake costs a living human life. What makes a 12-year-old kid like you think you can learn it? Because of these eyes of mine. As he spoke, Soji raised his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the black cloth covering his eyes. My eyes can see the flow of chakra, the path of the meridians, and the movement of energy within every inch of the body. The techniques you taught young Miss Shizune, every detail of her performing techniques on patients, I have watched them countless times over this past year. He paused, his tone remaining steady. I'm not looking to become a medical expert like your disciple. I just want another path to walk. Shikatsumyaku has its limits, the source of cursed energy is unique, and taijutsu requires getting close. If I can use medical ninjutsu to instantly stop bleeding, repair damage, or even strengthen a certain part of my body during battle, my survival probability will be much higher. Shizune listened intently. She knew what Soji said was true. During this year of treatment, he could indeed precisely describe every detail of his bone regeneration and could even point out subtle deviations in some of her techniques. That kind of insight was indeed terrifying, and it was truly an exceptional talent for learning medical ninjutsu. Hearing this, Tsunade remained silent for a long time, the wine cup slowly rotating between her fingers as the liquid inside rippled slightly. Dan. She suddenly uttered a single name. Shizune was stunned. Tsunade's gaze lacked focus, as if she were looking through the cabin toward a very distant place. Her voice became somewhat low and raspy, carrying the relaxation of someone soaked in alcohol and a deeply hidden exhaustion. Dan's philosophy of ninjutsu was different from traditional ninja. He didn't pursue powerful offensive ninjutsu, but instead researched how to use ninjutsu to save people, strengthen comrades, and create a chance for life on the battlefield. That's why a top-tier assassination ninjutsu like the spirit transformation technique could shine so brightly in his hands. She paused and tilted her head back to drain the wine in her cup. Later, he died on the battlefield. He died right in front of me. I wanted to save him, but I couldn't. She set down the wine cup, staring at the empty bottom. Medical ninjutsu can save many people, but it can't save the ones who truly need saving. Soji didn't speak. He knew that at this moment, any comfort would be superfluous. Kid. Tsunade suddenly looked up at him, her golden eyes shining startlingly bright in the afternoon light. If you want to learn medical ninjutsu, fine. But I have conditions too. Please, go ahead. First, I will only teach basic theory, fine chakra control, and simple healing techniques. Advanced ones involving organ repair and limb regeneration are off limits. You don't have the qualifications for that yet. She held up one finger. Second, once you've learned it, you are not allowed to use it for killing. Medical ninjutsu is for saving people, not for you to use in petty brawls. A second finger. Third. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned forward and reached out, her jade-like finger hooking Soji's chin and forcing him to look up slightly. This posture brought the two of them extremely close, close enough to feel each other's breath. Her gaze was no longer lazy, but held a dangerous sharpness and an almost imperceptible softness. Don't die. Shizune and I worked hard to fish your life back. If I ever hear that you died in some corner one day, I'll consider this past year a waste of time. Soji felt the warmth of the finger on his chin. It was warm, carrying a faint hint of alcohol and an indescribable, complex pressure. Understood, he responded softly. Tsunade withdrew her hand, leaned back into her chair, and waved at Shizune. Shizune, get him the notes. Start by explaining the 36 pairs of coordination points in the chakra meridians. I'll test him when you're done. If he can't remember them, the deal for the loan is off. Shizune froze for a second before reacting, a smile blooming on her face. Yes. To be able to have another junior brother, and such a wealthy one at that, she was simply too happy. Finally, they wouldn't have to sleep on the streets. She hurriedly stood up, rummaged through the luggage for paper and pen, and brought over a pile of notes and hand-drawn meridian diagrams from when she had first learned medical ninjutsu. Taunton was startled awake, letting out a bewildered, puyo, sound. She spun in a circle on the cabin floor before lying back down. Outside the window, the sea and sky were of one color, waves churning as the merchant ship cut through the green waters, sailing steadily toward the land of iron. Soji took the pen handed to him by Shizune, his fingertips lightly stroking the paper. Though the eyes beneath the black cloth were not open, it was as if he could already see that slightly ajar door, a door leading to an unfamiliar domain. Tsunade leaned lazily by the window, pouring herself another cup of wine. The golden sunlight shone on her face, casting a soft halo. The fleeting moments of vulnerability, flirtation, sharpness, and softness from before had all been retracted, leaving only her usual laziness and nonchalance. But she was indeed watching the boy who was looking down and taking notes. She watched the small section of his jawline occasionally revealed beneath the black blindfold. She watched his fingers holding the pen, long and steady, yet hiding a killing intent that could thrust out bone blades at any moment. She watched his focused silence, which seemed almost frozen, as he listened intently to Shizun's explanation. An interesting kid. She took a sip of wine and turned her gaze toward the boundless sea outside the window. The waves rose and fell without end, like the passage of time, like those things that should be forgotten but never can be. But at this moment, on this rocking merchant ship, there was wine, there was the wind, there was the noisy Shizun and that fat pig, and then there was this silver-haired kid who, despite his unknown schemes, was unexpectedly difficult to truly dislike. She suddenly felt that this journey might not be so boring after all. The land of gold, located southeast of the land of iron and northwest of the land of hot springs, is a hilly region famous for its mineral veins. After 10 days of sailing, the merchant ship docked in the land of iron, where it would stay for about half a month. Thus, Tsunade's group of 3 switched to traveling by land, crossing the border of the land of iron and entering this land filled with slag and smelting smoke. At this moment, they were stopped in an open valley far from the mines. Surrounded by low hills covered in drought-resistant shrubs, the ground was reddish-brown sand that left deep footprints when stepped on. In the distance, the faint squeaking of mine carts sliding along tracks and the low hum of smelting plants could be heard. The afternoon sun poured down without obstruction, making one's skin feel hot. Tsunade stood in the center of the clearing, her blonde hair tied back loosely in a bunch. The sleeves of her loose, dark purple kimono were tucked up with thin cords, revealing her smooth forearms. With her hands on her hips, she looked at her 2 students. Shizun had a serious expression, while Soji stood quietly 3 paces away, blindfolded with a black cloth, his posture upright. Chakra-enhanced strength. Tsunade spoke, her tone as stern as when she had instructed Shizun years ago. The name might be a bit lame, but the core principle is simple. It involves concentrating chakra to a high degree in a specific part of the body and releasing it in an explosive burst at the moment of attack or action, generating physical destructive power far beyond normal levels. She raised her right hand, fingers spread, signaling the 2 to look at her palm. There are 2 key points. First, concentration. Chakra cannot be scattered. It must be twisted like a rope and pressed entirely into the part where you need to apply force. Second, the timing of release. It can't be too early or too late. You must detonate the compressed chakra all at once at the very moment of contact with the target. As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade's right palm lightly pressed against a half-person high rock beside her. The movement was very light, as gentle as a caress. In the next instant, boom! The rock exploded, and stone fragments flew in all directions like shrapnel. The largest pieces flew over a dozen meters away, kicking up dust as they crashed into the shrubs. Tsunade withdrew her palm and brushed off non-existent dust, her expression unchanged. That's how it's done. Shizun, you go first. Okay. Shizun took a deep breath and walked to another rock. She dropped into a horse stance, clenched her right fist, and chakra began to gather at the surface of her fist. Soji's 6 eyes operated slightly. Beneath the black blindfold, he saw the flow of chakra within Shizun's body. The mass of energy started from the dantian in her abdomen, surged through her meridians toward her right arm, and then stagnated slightly just as it was about to reach her fist. It was like a stream encountering a suddenly narrowed riverbed. The flow rate plummeted, and the density became loose. Shizun gritted her teeth and slammed her fist into the rock. Thud! A fine crack appeared on the rock, and her fist sank about 2 inches into the surface. Stone chips flew, but the rock itself remained unmoved. Shizun withdrew her hand, her fist slightly red, and looked at Tsunade with some frustration. Not enough concentration. Tsunade frowned and critiqued mercilessly. The chakra started to disperse halfway through. By the time it reached your fist, only 60% was left. Again. Shizune nodded, adjusted her breathing, and gathered chakra once more. The second time, the chakra dispersed a bit more when it reached her forearm. When her fist struck, the rock cracked further, but it still didn't shatter. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. An hour passed. Sweat appeared on Shizune's forehead, and her fist was already red. She had only managed to knock off a corner of the rock, far from the rock-shattering effect of Tsunade's palm strike. All right, take a break. Tsunade waved her hand, her tone somewhat helpless. Shizune, your talent isn't bad, but chakra-enhanced strength requires an unreasonable level of concentration. You're too meticulous, worrying too much about the distribution of every bit of chakra. Instead, you've tied yourself down. Hearing this, Shizune lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. What are you sorry for? I'm not scolding you. Tsunade scratched her hair irritably and turned her gaze to the blindfolded youth who had been watching quietly. Kid, you give it a try. Yamada Soshi nodded slightly, stepped forward, and stood before a new rock. He didn't move immediately but quietly gazed at the rock. Beneath the black cloth, his 6 eyes slowly opened, not at full power, but adjusted to analysis mode. In his field of vision, the internal structure of the rock unfolded layer by layer, the arrangement of mineral particles, the direction of cracks, and subtle differences in density distribution. The lingering resonance of chakra from Tsunade's palm strike earlier was also clearly discernible in the air. At the moment the energy touched the rock, it displayed a perfect waveform of compression and explosion, with a sharp peak and no lingering traces. He then looked inside his own body. Chakra flowed quietly through his meridians, a mixture of wind, water, and earth attributes, yet separable. He tried to mobilize a portion of it and concentrate it in his right hand. The feedback function of the 6 eyes activated simultaneously. Every bit of chakra flow was presented in his vision with digital precision, speed, density, path deviation, concentration rate. He saw where Shizune's problem lay. Her chakra was too orderly. Every strand wanted to take the smoothest path, resulting in dispersion. To achieve Tsunade's effect, it required more than just gathering, it required compression. Like forcing a quilt into a pillow, making the distance between chakra molecules infinitely small, squeezing each other until the limit. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, and chakra began to converge in his palm. But unlike Shizune's slow and steady flow, Soji's chakra movement exhibited a strange jumping quality. They didn't advance smoothly along the meridians but converged in a way that was almost like teleportation, as if drawn by some powerful attraction. Wave after wave surged toward his right arm, then was tightly compressed into a tiny area in his palm by some force. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. In her perception, the chakra density in this kid's right palm was climbing at an alarming rate. At this moment, a faint, almost transparent halo shimmered on the surface of Soji's palm. It was a visual distortion caused by the excessive chakra density. He felt a slight stinging pain in his palm, the sensation of energy squeezing his cells. But the feedback from his 6 eyes told him it was still within the safety threshold and could be compressed further. He saw the peak data from Tsunade's strike and used it as a benchmark to continue compressing. Until it reached 97% of that value. This was enough. For the first time, he wasn't aiming for a perfect replica, he just wanted to feel that moment of explosion. His right palm lightly pressed against the rock. The same movement as Tsunade, just as gentle. At the moment of contact, the extremely compressed chakra was released from that tiny point in his palm like a floodgate opening. Bang! The terrifyingly loud sound made the nearby shrubs shake. The rock instantly exploded at the point of contact, but it wasn't the kind of explosion into chunks like Tsunade's, it was completely pulverized. The entire rock seemed as if an explosive tag had been buried inside, turning into countless tiny stone chips that sprayed out in a fan shape over 3 meters. The ground was scraped into a shallow pit by the shockwave, and dust filled the air, obscuring a large patch of sunlight. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Ninja World. Kagaya clan uses cursed techniques. Part 2. Ah. Shizun's mouth hung open, and Tauntaun squeaked in her arms, burying her head in the crook of Shizun's arm in fright. As the dust gradually settled, Soji stood in place, his right hand hanging at his side, his palm slightly red, but his expression calm. Where the rock had originally stood before him, only a massive crater remained, with shattered stone fragments scattered all over the ground outside. He tilted his head slightly, looking toward Lady Sununade, his tone as calm as if he had just brewed a cup of tea. Is it like this, Lady Sununade? The silence was deafening. Sununade stared at him, her golden pupils swirling with complex emotions, shock, vigilance, scrutiny, and a trace of excitement that she could barely hide. She had seen it clearly just now. This kid's chakra control, that compression speed and precision, was simply not at the level a normal 12-year-old boy should have, nor even at the level a normal Jonin should have. Was it because of those eyes? At the moment Soji condensed his chakra, Sununade caught a detail. Something lit up beneath the black cloth covering his eyes. It was very faint and brief, but in that instant, through the obstruction of the black cloth, she saw 2 points of brilliant light, like stars suddenly igniting in the dark night. Those eyes had opened. It wasn't the kind of gaze from a Byakugan with bulging meridians, nor the blood-red eerie spinning of a Sharingan, but a completely different kind of observation. Cold and precise, as if it could penetrate all appearances and reach the very essence of all things. Sununade suddenly remembered what this kid had said for the first time in an alley in Tanzaku town. I can see a lot. Those eyes of yours, Sununade began slowly, her voice low, what exactly are they? Soji was silent for a moment, then raised his hand and gently touched the black cloth covering his eyes. I was born with them, I call them the 6 eyes. However, they do indeed allow me to see many things, such as the flow of chakra, the paths of meridians, and the structure of ninjutsu. In the palm strike you demonstrated just now, I saw every detail of the chakra compression, so I tried to imitate it. He spoke nonchalantly, but Shizun listened in stunned silence. Just imitation, she murmured, repeating his words. Yes, Soji nodded. It's just that my imitation was a bit more detailed. Just a bit more detailed. Shizun's voice went up an octave. This was your first time using chakra-enhanced strength, and the effect was better than mine after studying it for 2 or 3 years. You call that imitation? Soji thought for a moment and said seriously, young Miss Shizun's chakra is very fine, but you focus too much on even distribution. Chakra-enhanced strength requires unevenness, squeezing all the power into a single point, while other areas can even be empty. It's like. He chose his words carefully, glancing at Sununade. Like betting your entire fortune on a single die, rather than spreading bets on big or small. This metaphor was so apt that Shizun was momentarily unable to retort. Sununade suddenly laughed. It wasn't mockery or a cold sneer, but a complex laugh tinged with a sense of relief. The Byakugan mainly sees the human meridians, the Sharingan sees chakra and predicts movements, but those eyes of yours. She paused. Can they directly analyze the essence of a technique? 3 kinds of eyes, 3 ways of seeing. You, eye monsters, are truly more outrageous than the last. As she spoke, she took a few steps closer and suddenly reached out, snatching the black cloth off his eyes before Soji could react. The afternoon sun shone directly down, illuminating the eyes suddenly exposed to the air. Shizun gasped. What kind of eyes were those? An azure base, yet deep within the pupils, countless tiny specks of light seemed hidden, like stardust frozen in ice or the complex refractive structures inside a crystal. They had no focus, yet seemed to be watching everything at once, so deep that one dared not look directly at them. Most bizarrely, those eyes seemed to be moving, not the rotation of the eyeballs, but those specks of light deep within the pupils, slowly rotating and rearranging, flickering with a rhythmic, calculating glimmer. Tsunade stared into those eyes, her own pupils contracting slightly. The Hyuga's Byakugan can see through everything, the Uchiha's Sharingan can copy everything, but those eyes of yours. She narrowed her eyes and said, word by word, seem to be able to analyze everything. When I used chakra-enhanced strength just now, you didn't just see the flow of chakra, you also saw the sequence of every muscle's exertion in my body at that time. Including the weight transfer of the bones and even the instantaneous transformation of the chakra meridians, right? Soji remained silent, not denying it. Tsunade let go, and the black cloth fell back into his hands. She turned and strode back to Shizun's side, pulling a sake flask from her robe and taking a swig. Shizun, stop comparing yourself. She wiped her mouth. Comparing talent with this monster is just asking for trouble. Keep practicing yours. You'll pass when you can shatter this rock with one palm strike. Shizun wanted to cry but had no tears. She obediently nodded and went back to struggling with her rock. Soji slowly tied the black cloth back on, covering those overly conspicuous eyes. He looked at Tsunade's back and suddenly spoke, Lady Tsunade. Thank you for not pressing me about the origin of my eyes. With her back to him, Tsunade scoffed. If I asked, would you tell me? No. Then that's that. I'll just assume you were born with them. Without looking back, she took another swig. The ninja world is huge, who doesn't have a few secrets? I've seen plenty of strange ocular techniques, let alone your 6 eyes. As long as you don't use that thing to do anything I can't stand, I can't be bothered to care. She paused, her voice carried to his ears by the wind. However, kid, you'd better not let too many people see those eyes. The Byakugan and Sharingan are already enough to make people covet them. Your eyes are more trouble than those two combined, understand? Soji bowed slightly. I understand. In the distance, Shizun was still battling the rock, dull thuds echoing. Tauntaun lay in the shadow at her feet, lazily dozing. The afternoon sun remained intense. The hills of the land of gold rolled on, and the creaking of ore carts could be heard faintly. Soji stood in place, feeling the slight lingering sting in his right palm and the slowly subsiding chakra fluctuations within his body. He had learned chakra-enhanced strength, but Tsunade's final words still made his heart sink slightly. He knew the value of the 6 eyes better than anyone. What did the ability to analyze the essence of techniques mean in the ninja world? It meant that any forbidden jutsu, secret technique, or bloodline limit, as long as he saw it completely once, could potentially be copied, cracked, or even improved. These eyes were indeed in existence more troublesome than the Sharingan and Byakugan combined. He raised his hand and gently touched his eye sockets through the black cloth. He needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. Tsunade could protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. With his current strength, he could almost face an ordinary cage-level opponent without being at a disadvantage, but it wasn't enough. There were too many capable people in this ninja world. The cursed technique system was his foundation, and he had more or less figured out its operating rules by now. As long as he killed ninjas with chakra, he could increase his cursed energy. Other than that, cursed energy could not be increased through any form of cultivation. Once his cursed energy reached a certain threshold, the cursed energy system could grant him more rewards through a lottery, including innate techniques. Nightfall in the land of gold arrived earlier than it did at sea. The shadows of the hills gradually lengthened, swallowing the ochre-red sand. The sky transitioned from orange-red to deep purple before being soaked in ink blue. In the distance, the lights of the mines flickered like scattered fireflies in the valley. The chimneys of the smelters were still spewing dark red light, making half the sky glow faintly. The trio's campsite was chosen in a leeward depression among the hills. Shizun had built a fire and was cooking a simple dinner: dry rations, jerky, pickles bought from the land of iron, and a pot of hot water brewed into soup. Tauntaun lay by her legs, her nose twitching from time to time as she drooled toward the pot. Tsunade leaned against a flat rock, shaking a sake flask in her hand. This was the last of her stock. Once finished, it would truly be empty. Her eyes were half closed, and it was unclear whether she was resting or deep in thought. Yamada Soshi sat at the edge of the camp with his back to the fire, facing the distant mine lights. With a black cloth over his eyes, his figure blended into the deepening night. He was thinking. Or rather, he was organizing. For over a year, he had focused on treating his bloodline disease and establishing connections with Sununade and her apprentice. He had almost no time to settle down and think about his future path. Now that his illness was cured and the treatment was over, he had plenty of time to sort things out during the journey. First was the cursed technique system. After 6 years of exploration, he had basically figured out the patterns of this thing. There was only one core rule: kill ninjas, increase cursed energy. It didn't matter if he killed ordinary ninjas, ninjas from great nations, or rogue ninjas, as long as the target possessed chakra. The moment the opponent died, his cursed energy would increase. The magnitude of the increase was proportional to the target's strength, regardless of the method of killing. Beyond that, there were no cultivation methods. No, it should be said that he had tried countless methods. Meditation, body tempering, stimulation with chakra, and even trying to use the 6 eyes to analyze the internal structure of cursed energy, but all were ineffective. Cursed energy was like a debt parasitic on his soul. It could only be repaid through killing, not accumulated through diligence. Once cursed energy accumulated to a certain threshold, the system would open a wheel for a lottery. The first threshold was the first kill reward. 6 eyes, the eyes capable of analyzing all things. The second was Black Flash, a resonance technique of 3 types of strikes: chakra, cursed energy, and physical body, that could unleash destructive power beyond limits. The third was the innate technique, Ice Curse Technique, an ability that could transform cursed energy into absolute low temperatures, capable of freezing matter, energy, and even certain concepts. He didn't know when the next threshold would be, nor how many thresholds there were in total. On the system panel, there were only cold numbers. Current cursed energy, 8,473 10,000ths. He was still over 1,500 points away from the next threshold. Calculating based on an average of 50 to 100 cursed energy per chunin and 80 to 200 per tokubetsu jonin, he still needed to kill 20 to 30 ninjas. This number was obviously impossible to achieve while by Sunade's side. That woman's perception might not be as sharp as a sensory-type ninja, but her eyes were too keen. Last time, regarding the scent of blood from the land of hot springs Anbu, she could tell he had fought someone just by his breathing rhythm and the slight redness of his skin when he walked through the door. If he really went on a killing spree under her nose, let alone continuing to travel together, she would probably break his bones on the spot. Therefore, the path of cursed energy had to be paused until he left Sununade. Next was the ninja training system. This was the direction he could fully invest in now. Although Sununade was unwilling to officially take him as a disciple, over a year of companionship plus the previous deal at the wine table meant she was indeed teaching him. Though she taught casually, often interspersed with sarcasm and mockery, those pieces of knowledge regarding chakra control, medical ninjutsu principles, and the human meridian system were the real deal. Chakra-enhanced strength was just the beginning. The existence of the 6 eyes allowed his learning efficiency to reach a terrifying height. For any technique, as long as he saw a complete execution once, he could analyze every detail of the chakra flow, every node of power exertion, and even the potential optimization space for the technique itself. Sunade's comment today about being able to analyze everything was frighteningly accurate. Besides Sunade's guidance, he had another advantage: his foresight regarding the plot. He knew the general future direction. The next major event was the Konoha Crush, where Orochimaru would join forces with the hidden sand village to attack Konoha. He also knew the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, every member of the Akatsuki organization, the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the resurrection of Kagaya. This information seemed useless now, but at the right time, every piece could become a bargaining chip for survival or profit. Finally, and most centrally, was the Kagaya clan bloodline. When he escaped from Hidden Mist 6 years ago, he was only a 6-year-old child. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. He had no time to delve into the clan's secrets. Later, Wandering through various countries, being hunted, and treating his illness left him with even less time. But now, his illness was cured and his strength had grown. It was time to think about this question. Is Shikatsumyuku really the entirety of the Kagaya clan bloodline? He knew the truth. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of Chakra, the rabbit goddess. Her technique, all-killing ash bones, could use bones generated from within her body as weapons. Those struck would crumble at the cellular level and eventually turn to ash. Was that kind of power, that kind of level, really just a coincidence compared to the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumyuku? Or was the Kagaya clan truly the descendants of that goddess? A branch of the bloodline? Or some kind of incomplete inheritance? The original story didn't provide a clear explanation. It was only known that Kimamaro's Shikatsumyuku was already the pinnacle seen once in a millennium within the clan, but it was still far from the conceptual destructive power of all-killing ash bones. Was the bloodline not pure enough? Or did awakening all-killing ash bones require certain conditions, such as the Six Paths power? The Ten Tails chakra? Or more simply, some kind of legacy, a ritual or secret technique buried by time? At this moment, he thought of the ruins of the clan lands outside Hidden Mist Village. That night at age 6, he had fled in haste, only managing to escape with his life. Those clan classics, scrolls, and records passed down through generations should all still be there. If Hidden Mist hadn't completely destroyed them, if they were still hidden somewhere. Soji's fingertips unconsciously tapped his knee in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Go back to the land of water. Once this thought arose, it could not be suppressed. But it was too dangerous there. Although Hidden Mist had ended its blood mist policy and the newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, was implementing reforms, the hunt for bloodline clans continued. If he rashly infiltrated, he would be walking into a trap. For that, he needed preparation, intelligence, and inside contact, and enough strength to ensure he could escape unscathed even if discovered. Also, he had to avoid Tsunade's route. They were going to the land of lightning, while the land of water was to the southeast, the exact opposite direction. Kid. Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Soji turned his head toward the fire. Tsunade had sat up from the rock and was facing him. The sake flask was empty, tossed aside carelessly. Why are you sitting so far away? Afraid I'll steal your food. I was thinking about some things. Soji stood up, walked back to the fire, and sat down next to Shizune. Shizune was portioning the soup and handed him a bowl with a few pieces of jerky and pickles floating in it. Thinking about what? Tsunade took her soup and blew on the steam. Thinking about what else those eyes of yours can do. Thinking about the future. Soji took a sip of soup and said calmly, Lady Tsunade, have you ever been to the land of water? Tsunade looked up at him with a playful glint in her eyes. The land of water. That hellhole, Hidden Mist. I've been there during the war. Why? Thinking of going back. I'm just a bit curious. Soji shook his head and said, I want to learn more about the Kagaya clan. Learn what? Your clan died out long ago. Tsunade's words were merciless. Now that you've escaped, you want to go back and rob your ancestral graves. Shizune was terrified listening to this and secretly tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, but Tsunade brushed her off and continued to stare at Soji. But Soji wasn't annoyed by the offense, he simply replied calmly, I do want to go back and take a look. There might be some records in the clan regarding the origin of the bloodline. The origin of the bloodline. Tsunade sneered. What are you looking for? Ancestral secret techniques. Which of the great families in the ninja world doesn't think their bloodline is noble? Which one doesn't hide a few ancestral scrolls? But how many of them do you see actually making a comeback based on those things? She paused, her tone carrying a trace of imperceptible complexity. Kid, my grandfather was the first Hokage, the creator of Konoha. His bloodline was noble enough, right? But do you know what he used to say? Hearing this, Soji shook his head. He said that a ninja shouldn't rely on lineage, but on the heart. Tsunade smiled and gulped down some soup as if it were wine, complaining, of course, that old man's own lineage was ridiculous. It's easy for him to say. But there's sense in those words. Lineage gives you a starting point, How far you can go depends on yourself. She stared at Soji, her golden eyes shining brilliantly under the firelight. If you want to find the records of your clan, I won't stop you. But remember, finding them is luck, not finding them is normal. Don't pin all your hopes on those scraps of rotten paper and cloth. With those eyes of yours, plus what you've learned over the past year or so, it's enough for you to make a name for yourself. Don't live your life as a mere appendage of the Kagaya. Soji fell silent for a moment, then bowed slightly. I stand corrected. Corrected. Don't give me that. Sunade waved her hand and leaned back against the rock. If you want to go to the land of water, wait until this ship's run is finished. You still have much to learn in medical ninjutsu, and there are gambling ships waiting for me in the land of lightning. She closed her eyes and stopped speaking. Shizune quietly approached Soji and lowered her voice. Soji-kun, are you really going back to the land of water? It's very dangerous there. I'm just thinking about it, Soji also whispered. As for when exactly, it's not certain yet. Shizune looked at him worriedly, wanting to say something, but ultimately just sighed and continued feeding Tauntaun. The campfire crackled, sparks rising into the night sky, echoing the lights of the distant mine. Soji held his soup bowl, the vision of his 6 eyes slowly spreading out. The hills in the darkness rose and fell like sleeping giant beasts, the mechanical roar of the mine could be heard faintly, and further away were the outlines of the continuous snow-capped mountains in the direction of the land of iron. The cursed energy system, ninja cultivation, and the Kagaya bloodline. 3 paths lay before him. The first was bloody and direct, but required leaving Tsunade's protection to face the costs and risks of killing alone. The second was steady and cumulative, with the dual support of Tsunade and the 6 eyes, it was currently the most realistic path to becoming stronger. The third was the unknown, which might hide a great secret or might just be empty, but without exploring, he would never know the answer. He took a sip of the soup. It had grown slightly cool, and the saltiness of the dried meat dissolved on the tip of his tongue. No rush, there was still half of the voyage to the land of lightning left. The land of iron and the land of hot springs were already behind them, next were the land of the moon and the land of frost, and finally, they would reach the land of lightning. Along the way, there was enough time to keep learning and thinking. As for the land of water, he looked up toward that distant darkness in the southeast. There would be a day. The land of gold had no ninja village of its own. The most distinct label of this land was that its military security relied entirely on the samurai from the land of iron to the north. A samurai outpost was set up every 30 miles along the border, where armored swordsmen patrolled day and night to ensure this land, rich in ore, was not coveted by surrounding powers. And the land of gold was very wealthy, one could even say it was dripping with oil. The gold, silver, and copper mines buried underground made this tiny country the ore supplier for most of the ninja world. Miners sweated profusely in the pitch-black tunnels, and the wealth they exchanged for it gathered in the only major city of the land of gold, Kanazawa City. The city was built in a basin surrounded by mountains, with wide and straight streets lined with shops on both sides. Unlike towns in other countries, the buildings here were mostly made of stone rather than wood, and the walls were inlaid with decorations ground from various ores, shimmering in the sunlight. The air was filled with the fine dust of slag, mixed with the aroma of wine wafting from the taverns and a certain lazy relaxation found only in wealthy places. The merchant ship would dock in the land of gold for half a month. There was a batch of specially made mining tools on board to be delivered, as well as a batch of hot spring maintenance agents brought from the land of hot springs, which were said to be very popular among the families of the miners. Soji needed to handle these affairs, so Tsunade and Shizune followed along. After all, they had nothing better to do. At this moment, the afternoon sun shone obliquely on the most prosperous street of Kanazawa City. The 3 were walking in one direction, or more accurately, Tsunade was striding purposefully in one direction. Shizune followed at a trot while holding Tauntaun, and Soji followed unhurriedly behind, eyes blindfolded with black cloth and a bamboo staff tapping the ground, looking like a leisurely blind merchant. Their goal was that 3-story building on the street corner. With a vermilion storefront, a gold-lettered sign, and big red lanterns hanging at the door, It was gold and silver filling the house, the largest gambling house in Kanazawa City. At the entrance, a young servant dressed in short clothes was holding a bamboo broom, listlessly sweeping the dust in front of the door. He yawned, his eyes unfocused, clearly unable to muster the slightest interest in this day-after-day boring work. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of three figures walking from the street corner. The servant's movements froze. The broom stopped in midair. He saw a blonde woman walking at the very front, her long golden hair tied high, with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Over her deep purple kimono was a haori embroidered with black patterns, and on her back was the character for Gamble, written in a flamboyant style. Her strides were so large they seemed ready to crush the stone slabs. Behind her followed a black-haired woman holding a small pink pig, and a silver-haired youth who was blindfolded and leaning on a bamboo staff. The combination was strange, but what truly made the servant freeze were the things behind the blonde woman. Three wooden chests. Not ordinary small boxes, but the kind of large chests that could fit an entire person, made of thick wood and reinforced with copper at the corners. Each chest would normally require two strong men to carry, but at this moment, they were being carried by that silver-haired youth with a single carrying pole, a thin bamboo pole that swayed slightly but was as steady as if it were part of his shoulder. The servant's pupils shook. He knew the weight of such chests. He had seen chests used to transport banknotes and knew how much that size could hold. One chest could hold at least 50 million ryo. Three chests meant 150 million ryo. 150 million ryo. He swallowed hard, his gaze moving with difficulty from the chests to the blonde woman's face. Then, he saw that face clearly. He hadn't seen her in person, but who among those who hung around gambling houses hadn't heard that legend? Who hadn't seen those portraits? She lost every time she gambled, losing in earth-shattering ways, so much so that every prominent gambling house in various countries treated her like a god of wealth. The legendary sucker. The servant's voice cracked with excitement. Sunade's footsteps paused. She turned her head, her golden eyes glancing at him. That glance held no emotion, it was just a plain look. But the servant felt his legs go weak, nearly kneeling. Sununade ignored him and continued toward the gambling house's main entrance. The servant snapped out of it, dropped the broom, and practically scrambled into the building, his voice so sharp it could pierce the roof. She's here. The legendary sucker is here. The clamor inside the gambling house stopped abruptly, like a chicken being strangled, and then a world-shaking commotion erupted. What? The legendary sucker. That Princess Sununade. The legendary Sanin. Who cares about the Sanin? She's here to give us money. Quick. Notify the manager. Bring out all the chips. Just as Sununade and the other two reached the entrance, the doors of the gambling den were suddenly pulled open from the inside. Around, smiling fat manager, accompanied by 7 or 8 workers, bowed in unison with movements so synchronized they looked like they had been rehearsed 100 times. Lady Sununade, your presence brings light to our humble shop. Please, come in, come in. The fat manager's voice was sickeningly sweet, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Someone, bring the finest tea and the best snacks, and prepare the heaven-tier VIP box. Sununade stood at the door with her arms crossed, looking down at the overly enthusiastic gambling den staff, her mouth twitching slightly. You have the wrong person, she said expressionlessly. How could we possibly have the wrong person? The fat manager waved his hands repeatedly, his smile becoming even more radiant. I have long admired the heroic stature of Princess Sununade. To meet you today is truly the honor of 3 lifetimes. Quick, please come inside. Sunade's mouth twitched even more violently. Behind her, Shizun's face was already as red as a boiled shrimp, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In her arms, Taunton let out a confused Puyo, completely failing to understand what was happening. Soji, carrying the 3 large boxes on a pole, followed steadily. As he passed the fat manager, he tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth under the black cloth lifting into a faint smirk as he spoke in a voice only Sununade could hear. Lady Sunade's fame is truly something that shakes the ninja world. Tsunade paused in her tracks, her golden eyes darting over with a cold, murderous intent. Brat, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Soji remained calm and continued walking forward. I just think that being so sincerely anticipated by so many people is a rare talent in itself. Anticipated. Tsunade gritted her teeth. What they're anticipating is my money. That is still anticipation, Soji nodded earnestly. Pure, undisguised anticipation. Such sincerity is not often seen in the ninja world. Shizune almost burst out laughing but desperately held it in, her shoulders shaking from the effort. Tsunade took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to dismantle the brat's bones on the spot, and strode into the gambling den. Behind her, the fat manager and the workers crowded around, carefully carrying the 3 large boxes filled with banknotes as if they were welcoming the god of wealth himself. Inside the gambling den, all the tables fell silent. The gamblers turned their heads in unison, their eyes following Tsunade's figure, burning with the same feverish intensity. The legendary sucker. A living, breathing sucker. A super-sized sucker carrying 150 million ryo. Tsunade's face was as cold as water as she strode through the crowd, heading straight for the central dice table. What are you all crowding around me for? She slammed her palm onto the table, her golden eyes scanning the room. Gamble what you need to gamble, play what you need to play. I'm here to have fun today. Who wins and who loses depends on their own skill. The room fell silent for a second, and then a burst of enthusiastic cheering erupted. Lady Tsunade is right. On our own skill. Someone, increase my bet. All in. The fat manager smiled so widely his teeth showed as he personally pulled out a chair for Tsunade to sit. The workers quickly laid out tea and snacks, and then brought tray after tray of chips, all of which were the highest denomination with gold edges. Tsunade sat down grandly, grabbing a handful of chips and rubbing them between her fingertips, making a crisp clinking sound. She stared at the dice cup shaking in the dealer's hand, a dangerous excitement unique to gamblers gradually igniting in her golden eyes. Soji and Shizune stood a short distance away, watching quietly. How long can Lady Tsunade last this time? Shizune whispered. Soji thought for a moment and calculated, based on the betting odds, for 3 boxes of banknotes, maybe 3 or 4 hours. Shizune's face immediately fell. Does that mean we have to sleep in a stable again tonight? No, Soji said calmly. I brought enough for our room and board. Shizune breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at Tsunade's silhouette, her eyes filled with complex emotions, helplessness, habit, and a tiny bit of subtle pride. After all, in the entire ninja world, Lady Tsunade is the only one who can make an entire gambling den feel such sincere anticipation. Wasn't this also a different way of being famous throughout the ninja world? In the distance, the dice cup slammed onto the table, and the dealer shouted. Open. 4, 5, 6. Big. Tsunade had bet on small. Without changing her expression, she grabbed another handful of chips and pushed them toward big. Again. Seeing this, the corner of Soji's mouth twitched slightly. At this rate of losing, it might not even take 3 or 4 hours. The night was as dark as ink, soaking into every roof tile of Kanazawa City, but the front of the House of Gold and Silver was as bright as day. Dozens of large red lanterns hung high, illuminating the entire street in a bright red glow, making even the cracks in the stone pavement clearly visible. The fat manager stood at the front, his face full of smiles so wide his eyes narrowed into 2 slits, which were overflowing with pure satisfaction. Behind him, more than 20 workers were lined up in an orderly fashion, bowing 90 degrees in unison. Safe travels, Lady Tsunade. We look forward to your next visit. The voices were loud, synchronized, and full of emotion, as if they had been practiced countless times. In fact, they had been practiced. The moment Tsunade lost the last round on triples, the fat manager had quietly slipped to the back courtyard to gather everyone for an emergency rehearsal of this farewell ceremony. Tsunade stood at the entrance, her blonde hair fluttering slightly in the night breeze, the sleeves of her green robe billowing in the wind. Her face was as calm as water, her golden eyes looking at the brightly lit street in the distance, lost in thought. Behind her, Shizune held Taunton, her entire body looking as if her bones had been removed, leaning limply against Tsunade's leg. Taunton was also listless, its black beady eyes full of exhaustion. It was being held so tightly by Shizune that it could barely breathe. Soji stood slightly behind them, his bamboo staff touching the ground, the carrying pole on his shoulder now completely empty. Those 3 large boxes that had been filled with banknotes were now lying empty in the gambling den's vault. The fat manager had personally collected them, his hands shaking as he did so. Lady Sununade. Soji spoke up, his tone carrying a well-measured curiosity. There is something I am unclear on. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask. Sununade didn't turn around and replied irritably, speak. That 150 million ryo, Soji paused, where did it come from? Upon hearing this, Shizune's body clearly stiffened. Sununade turned her head, her golden eyes staring at him expressionlessly. What are you trying to say? I'm just curious. Soji waved his hand and said in a peaceful tone, as far as I know, the reward from the 5 great nations for an S-rank mission is roughly between 30 to 50 million ryo. And even for a cage-level powerhouse, one might not even receive an S-rank mission once a year during times of peace. 150 million ryo is not a small sum. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze under the black cloth falling on the now closed doors of the gambling den. The amounts Lady Sununade lost in Tanzaku town before were small change, and their sources easy to understand. But this time, he didn't finish, but the meaning was obvious. Sununade stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a scoff. Brat, you certainly know how to keep accounts. She turned around and strode forward. Let's talk while we walk. Are we going to stand here like monkeys for people to watch? The 3 of them walked slowly along the brightly lit street. Behind them, the farewell party from the House of Gold and Silver remained in their bowing positions. It wasn't until the 3 figures disappeared around the street corner that the fat manager finally straightened his back and let out a long, deep breath. We're rich, he muttered to himself, the smile on his face finally blooming without restraint. We're godful rich. At the corner of the street, Sununade slowed her pace slightly. The land of gold's black market exchange, she spoke, her tone as flat as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Ever heard of it? Soji nodded. I've heard of it. Underground black market exchanges have outposts in every country. On the surface, they deal in ore and precious metals, but in the shadows, they take and sell anything, intelligence, weapons, human organs, even bounties on heads. Exactly. Sununade pulled an empty sake flask from her robe, shook it, and finding not a drop left, irritably stuffed it back. This sort of thing is especially developed in the land of gold because there are many mines, cash flow is high, and money laundering is convenient. The managers of the black market exchanges are far wealthier than the owners of these crummy gambling dens. She paused and glanced sideways at Soji. I borrowed from there, 150 million ryo. No collateral, no guarantee, all based on my face. Soji's eyebrows rose slightly. Shizune added in a low voice from the side, Lady Sununade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, of the Senju clan bloodline, and in terms of status, Lady Sununade is considered a princess of the Land of Fire. In a place like in Black Market Exchange, that kind of status works better than any collateral. Princess. Soji repeated the word, a hint of amusement in his tone. What? Don't I look like one? Sununade squinted at him. You do. Soji nodded seriously. I just didn't expect a princess would go to an underground black market exchange to borrow money. Sununade scoffed. Princesses don't gamble. Who made that rule? Besides. As she spoke, a complex light flashed in her golden eyes. The status of Land of Fire princess can be traded for money not just while alive, but also when dead. That unlucky brat Asuma Sarutobi's head is worth a bounty of about 35 million at the underground black market exchanges. As a princess, I should be worth more than him, shouldn't I? Hearing this, Soji's footsteps faltered slightly. 35 million. Asuma Sarutobi. He knew that number and what it signified. The son of the third Hokage, an elite Jonin of Konoha. The man who would eventually die at the hands of Hidan and Kakuzu had a price tag of 35 million ryo at the underground black market exchange at that time. And the 150 million ryo Sununade just lost could be traded for quite a few asumas. He suddenly felt like laughing, but he didn't dare make a sound. Lady Sununade, in other words, you lost 4.5 asumas in a single afternoon. Sununade was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. Her lip twitched. Kid, your math is pretty good. I'm flattered. Soji nodded seriously. I just felt that this method of comparison was very intuitive. Shizune was completely speechless. 4.5 asumas, she subconsciously did the math, and then she felt unwell. Sununade waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, I've already borrowed it and lost it. Why think so much? The black market exchange isn't in a hurry to collect the debt. I'll pay it back whenever I have the money. And if you never have the money, then I'll just never pay it back, Sununade said righteously. What can they do to me? Send ninjas to kill me. I'll dismantle as many as they send. Soji thought about it and felt she was right. With Sunade's strength, indeed no one would easily dare to come collect the debt. The shady operations of the black market exchanges would never risk offending a cage-level powerhouse for a mere 150 million ryo, especially a cage-level powerhouse who might tear down the whole street if she lost her temper. However, Sununade suddenly stopped, turned back to stare at him, her golden eyes shining strikingly in the night. Kid, why are you asking so much? Afraid I can't pay back your petty cash? That's not it. Soji shook his head. I'm just curious about Lady Sunade's source of income. After all, we have several months of travel ahead. If we encounter another casino. If we encounter one, we encounter one. Sununade interrupted him impatiently, her lips curling into a dangerous arc. What? Afraid I'll lose your room and board money? Room and board is a small matter. Soji said calmly, what I fear is Lady Sununade going to the black market exchange to borrow an even larger sum and then making me run through the streets carrying the boxes again. It's quite embarrassing. Shizune finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth. Sununade stared at Soji for a few seconds before suddenly laughing loudly, doubling over, making the few pedestrians on the street turn to look. Kid. While laughing, she suddenly slapped Soji on the shoulder, the force making his bones creak slightly. I'm doing this to train you. Chakra-enhanced strength isn't just about explosive power, more importantly, it's about being able to maintain it constantly. Soji bore the heavy pressure on his shoulder without changing his expression and nodded slightly. Is that so? Then thank you for the guidance, Lady Sununade. The night wind blew, lanterns swayed, and the shadows of the three stretched long across the stone road. In the distance, the lights of Kanazawa City remained bright, and the clamor of the gambling dens drifted faintly. Holding Tauntaun, Shizune looked at Sununade and then at Soji, suddenly feeling that this journey, even though they were always losing money, always going bankrupt, and always worrying about sleeping on the streets, didn't seem all that bad. Tauntaun made a Puyo sound in her arms, whether in agreement or protest. The night grew deeper. And the night in Kanazawa City grew livelier as it deepened. The noise of the gambling dens faded, and the lights of taverns lit up one after another. The three hadn't walked far along the main street before Sununade stopped in front of a small tavern. The sign read, Awami Ya, and the Norin curtain was made of dark blue coarse cloth, swaying slightly in the night wind. This is the place. Sununade lifted the curtain and strode inside. Soji and Shizune followed. The tavern was small, with 5 or 6 wooden tables, an L-shaped bar, and several faded ukiyo-e prints hanging on the walls. A few men dressed as miners sat in the corner, chatting in low voices. Seeing someone enter, they only glanced up before lowering their heads to continue drinking. The three chose a table by the window and sat down. Sununade slapped the table. First, bring 2 flasks of sake, 1 hot, 1 cold, and any few snacks to go with it. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s, his face carrying the ruddy glow of years spent over a furnace. He gave an acknowledgement and went to prepare. Shizune placed Tauntaun on the empty chair next to her. The little creature looked around curiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the aroma of sake in the air. Sunade fished out the empty sake flask from her robe, tossed it aside in disgust, and waited for the new sake to be served. Soji sat quietly, eyes blindfolded with black cloth, his bamboo staff leaning against the table. At this moment, his hands were folded over his knees, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly, a habitual movement when he was thinking or observing. The sake arrived quickly. 2 flasks of sake, a dish of salted edamame, a dish of dried grilled fish, and a small bowl of pickles. Sunade grabbed the cold flask, poured herself a cup, downed it in one gulp, and let out a long breath. Refreshing. The frustration from losing money has finally dissipated a bit. Shizune poured herself a cup of the hot sake, taking small sips, her face quickly flushing red. She wasn't much of a drinker, but tonight she seemed to let loose a little, likely because someone was there to back them up and she didn't have to worry about sleeping on the street. Aren't you drinking, Soji-kun? She asked. Soji shook his head. I am cultivating. Cultivating. Hearing this, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Here. In a tavern. Soji nodded without explaining. He formed a simple seal with his hands under the table, and the chakra in his body began to circulate according to the path Tsunade had taught him recently. It wasn't any ninjutsu, just a pure chakra cycle, letting the energy flow through his meridians over and over to strengthen the fusion between chakra and his body. The 6 eyes were simultaneously set to a low-power monitoring mode, ensuring that cultivation would not affect his perception of the surroundings. The voices in the tavern, the clinking of cups, the footsteps on the street in the distance, everything was clearly perceived. Tsunade looked at him, her lips curling into a smile that was either mocking or approving. You're quite diligent. Fine, you do your practice, I'll do my drinking. With that, she poured herself another cup, drinking slowly this time, her gaze falling on the street outside illuminated by lanterns, lost in thought. Time passed slowly amidst the aroma of wine and a slight intoxication. Shizune. Shizune. Tsunade called out twice, but there was no response. She turned her head and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shizune had fallen asleep at some point, clutching an empty wine bottle. She was slumped over the table, her cheeks as red as cooked shrimp, with a satisfied smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. She held the empty wine bottle in her arms so tightly, as if she were afraid someone would steal it. On the chair beside her, Taunton was also toppled over, 4 legs in the air, revealing her round, pinkish-white belly, with faint snores coming from her tiny nose. There was even a bit of wine stain near her mouth. Clearly, this little fellow had taken a secret sip as well. This girl. Tsunade shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness and a hint of doting. She can't handle her liquor, yet she insisted on drinking with me. She took off her haori and draped it over Shizune's body. Her movements were very gentle, so gentle she didn't seem like the Princess Tsunade who could shatter rocks with a single palm strike. Having done this, she sat back down, picked up her wine cup, and her gaze unconsciously fell upon the young man opposite her. Yamada Soshi remained in his previous posture, hands folded, breathing steadily. Chakra circulated within his body. The black cloth covering his eyes hid those overly startling eyes, revealing only his well-defined jawline and slightly pursed lips. He was cultivating very seriously. So seriously, he looked like someone else. Tsunade's gaze suddenly became dazed. The warm yellow light spilled down from above, casting a soft glow on the youth's silver-white hair. That still youthful face, that focused expression, and that stubborn posture of ignoring everything around him to focus solely on becoming stronger. In a trance, that face changed. It became another young boy. Short black hair, the same focused gaze, holding a kunai in his hand, practicing the most basic thrusts over and over again. At that time, he was only 12 or 13 years old. Every time he practiced until his hands were covered in blood, yet he never complained, only looking up at her with those bright eyes. Sister, I will definitely become Hokage. I'll be as powerful as Grandpa, and then I'll end this war. Nawaki. Her younger brother. That child, who had been protected too well and was innocent to a fault for a ninja, always believed he could become a Hokage like his grandfather and change the entire ninja world. Yet he died coldly before her eyes, blown into a bloody mess by explosive tags. Tsunade's wine cup stopped at her lips. The light flickered before her eyes, and the silver-haired youth seemed to overlap with the figure in her memories. Equally young, equally serious, and equally desperate to become stronger. Only, this youth was colder than Nawaki, more somber, and more like a true ninja. But also similarly. Lady Tsunade. A cool voice pulled her back to reality. Tsunade snapped back to her senses, finding that Soji had stopped his cultivation at some point and was looking at her. Beneath the black blindfold, his head was slightly tilted, as if waiting for something. Is there something wrong with my cultivation? He asked. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then realized she had been staring at him just now. She hurriedly averted her gaze and took a large gulp from her wine cup. The liquid choked her throat, causing her to cough lightly. No, it's nothing. She set down the wine cup, wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and spoke with a somewhat unnatural voice. I just saw you were practicing quite seriously, it's good. After saying this, she poured herself another cup of wine and lowered her head to drink, no longer looking at him. The light in the tavern was warm and hazy. From outside the window came the distant cry of a night watchman, mingled with a few dog barks. The customers in the shop had already paid and left, leaving only their table still lit. Soji did not press further. He just quietly looked at the woman opposite him. Tsunade kept her head down, her blonde hair falling forward and covering most of her face. Her hand gripped the wine cup, her knuckles slightly white, and her haori was already draped over Shizune. At this moment, she wore only a thin, short kimono. The collar was wide open, revealing a deep expanse of snow-white skin, delicate collarbones, and a section of her fair neck. The warm yellow light shone on her, casting a soft honey-colored glow on her skin. Her usual sharpness and domineering aura seemed to have been melted away by the alcohol and the night, leaving only an indescribable softness. It was a very strange feeling. He had seen many sides of Tsunade. Her unbridled nature at the gambling table, her sharpness while guiding cultivation, her laziness while drinking, and her strictness when scolding Shizune. But at this moment, she was different. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a small shadow on her eyelids, and the wine stains remaining on her lips glistened with a moist light under the lamp. Her shoulder line slumped slightly, as if she had set down some heavy burden, or as if she had been crushed by one. Her entire being was shrouded in a faint, ethereal aura of fragility. He had seen many beautiful women. In his past life, while delivering food, he had traversed the streets and alleys of big cities and seen all sorts of faces. In this life, while wandering through various countries, he had also seen countless women in casinos, taverns, and markets. Beauty, no matter which world, was never a scarce commodity, and Soji never lingered on such paths. However, the Tsunade of this moment was somewhat different. It wasn't just beauty. It was that kind of softness belonging to the powerful. Like a towering mountain peak that suddenly, in a single moment, reveals a fissure deep within its belly, allowing one to glimpse the deeply hidden things never shown to others. There was no magma or raging flames in that fissure, only a cold, quiet sorrow sealed away by the years. Soji suddenly realized he was staring blankly. It wasn't Theshiing, of the six eyes, but seeing, in another sense. His gaze passed through the black blindfold, through the fine dust floating in the air, and landed on the blonde woman with her head bowed. Her eyelashes fluttered. Soji lowered his gaze, picked up the cup of tea before him that had long since gone cold, and took a sip. The tea tasted bitter. Lady Tsunade, he spoke, his voice very soft. Tsunade looked up, her golden eyes meeting his, with a hint of daze in them that she hadn't had time to pull back. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. Although you ordered the wine, I'll take care of the bill. Hey Tilda. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then let out a scoff. In that laugh, the daze and fragility vanished, replaced once more by her usual laziness and disdain. Nonsense, of course you're paying. Otherwise, you'd expect an old lady who lost everything to pay. She grabbed the wine pot and found it empty again. She shook it irritably. Boss, another pot. Hot. The owner responded, and soon brought another pot of hot wine. Sununade poured herself a cup, the rising steam blurring her features. Kid, she said suddenly. Cultivate all you want, but don't push too hard. Your life is your own. If you break yourself, no one's going to compensate you. Soji nodded slightly, understood. Sununade said nothing more, just picked up her wine cup and drank slowly. Amidst the swirling steam, her face became blurred again, as if separated by a thin mist. Outside the window, the night was deep. Faint sounds of waves came from the direction of the East Sea, passing through the roof tiles of Kanazawa City, through the Norin of the tavern, and reaching the ears of two people with their own secret thoughts. Shizune was still sound asleep, breathing evenly, while Taunton lay with her 4 legs in the air, her little belly rising and falling. Soji picked up the cup of cold tea and drained it in one gulp. It was bitter, but the sweet aftertaste seemed to linger a bit longer than usual. Night gradually deepened. The customers in the tavern left one after another, until only their table remained. The owner didn't rush them, merely dozing behind the counter. The warm yellow lamp light enveloped the entire space in a dim glow. Soji maintained a cultivation posture, hands folded, chakra flowing slowly through his meridians, but his attention had long since failed to focus. His gaze beneath the black cloth fell upon the woman opposite him. Sununade was already somewhat drunk. She leaned against the edge of the table, propping up her chin with one hand. Her long golden hair spilled down, a few strands sticking to her cheeks, others cascading over her chest. The collar of her kimono was already wide open, and now, due to her posture, it slipped loosely off her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. Below the collarbones were the plump curves that the kimono fabric could not hide. Those proud, full peaks appeared exceptionally soft in the dim light, rising and falling slowly with her slight breaths, as if they might break free from the loose lapels at any moment. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her lips appeared exceptionally full and moist from the wine, a small trace of liquor remaining at the corner of her mouth, shimmering wetly in the light. Bewitching. This word suddenly popped into Soji's mind. The usually fierce and overbearing Princess Sununade now exuded a lazy, defenseless daze all over, like a languid lioness, or a drunken fox. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, casting fan-shaped shadows on her eyelids. There was no focus in her golden eyes, she merely stared blankly toward a direction in the void realm, her gaze piercing through the tavern walls, through the night, falling on a place very, very far away. That was a place Soji could not enter. He lowered his gaze, then quickly raised it again. Observing secretly like this wasn't something he would usually do, but he had done it too many times tonight. Every time he looked away, it wouldn't be long before his gaze involuntarily fell back. Not because of her current charm, but because of that thin layer of sorrow in her eyes, almost overflowing. Sunade's lips moved, but no sound came out. But Soji could read lips. She was saying a name, Dan. That word escaped her lips, light as a sigh and soft as a wisp of smoke. After saying it, the corners of her eyes trembled slightly, and something shimmered in them, but ultimately did not fall. She blinked, and that bit of moisture was suppressed, then her lips moved again. Nawaki. I want to see you all again so much. This time, her voice trembled slightly. Soji's breath hitched for a moment. Nawaki, Kato Dan. At this moment, these two names escaped from the same woman's lips, light as air, yet heavy enough to crush the entire tavern. Sunade's eyelashes fluttered, her gaze still unfocused. She reached out, trying to grab the sake bottle, but her fingers slid past the edge, catching nothing. Her hand hung in midair, paused, then slowly pulled back to rest on the table again. She lowered her head, her golden hair falling to hide most of her face. Only her shoulders trembled slightly. Very lightly. So lightly it was almost invisible. But Soji saw it. His fingers curled slightly inside his sleeves. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to do something. Like walking over and taking away the empty sake bottle in her hand. Like saying something, even if it was just, Lady Sununade, it's time to go back. But his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, he couldn't take a single step. He didn't have the right. They were traveling companions, doctor and patient, teacher and student, nothing more. Those soft moments, that vulnerability revealed unintentionally, were merely the effects of alcohol, illusions of the deep night. When the sun rose tomorrow, Sununade would still be that Sununade, sharp, fierce, lazy, and distant. Soji lowered his gaze, picked up the tea in front of him that had long since gone cold, and took a sip. Bitter. A bit more bitter than before. Just then, the door curtain moved. The night wind poured in from the lifted corner of the curtain, carrying the characteristic salty damp scent of the harbor. Along with it, a tall figure surged inside. It was a dark-skinned man, tall and well-built, wearing a Kumogakure headband on his forehead. He wore a standard Kumogakure Jonin vest, and his features were relatively gentle. At this moment, his breathing was somewhat hurried, as if he had run all the way, but his movements were restrained. He stood at the door, scanned the tavern, spotted Sununade, and then walked over quickly. His footsteps were light, carrying the caution of a well-trained individual. Walking to the table, he knelt on one knee, his actions as respectful as if he were meeting a daimyo. You must be one of Konoha's legendary Sanin, Lady Sununade. I have a favor to ask, please, you must agree. Sununade raised her head, her blurred gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before she frowned. Her voice was somewhat raspy, tinged with drunkenness and impatience. Who are you? What are you doing here? The dark-skinned ninja's expression didn't change because of her attitude, instead, he bowed even lower, performing a full dogeza before Sununade. I am a ninja of the hidden cloud village named Amai. I apologize for the intrusion, but my companion has been severely injured. I implore you, Lady Sununade, to step in and save them. He spoke quickly but clearly, his tone sincere. Hey! Hearing this, Sununade sneered and leaned lazily against the wall behind her, glancing at him. You're a medical ninja from the hidden cloud village, aren't you? Yes. Amai replied immediately. If your companion is injured, can't you just treat them yourself? With my skills, I am truly unable to handle it. Amai maintained his dogeza position, not even daring to raise his head, his attitude incredibly respectful. HMPH. Sununade smiled, then poured herself another cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp as if no one else were there, then exhaled a breath of alcohol. I refuse. Hearing this, Amai quickly raised his head, his tone anxious. Why? If it's about the reward, we. Humph, people of Kumogakure, what face do you have to come begging Konoha? Saying this, Sununade impatiently poured herself another cup of wine. You lot are the ninja world bandits who tried to steal the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Regarding that matter, didn't the two villages already agree on a solution before this? Amai quickly spoke up to explain, his tone somewhat aggrieved. After all, the plan to steal the Byakugan had nothing to do with him or his companion. Truly the shameless rhetoric of a beneficiary. Sununade sneered, her expression annoyed yet tinged with a trace of helplessness as she drained the cup again. Others might not know why Sununade wore such an expression, but Soji knew what that smile meant. The third Hokage, Tsunade's teacher, though no one could question Hiruzen Sarutobi's love for the village, as the Hokage, his decisions sometimes appeared so weak and incompetent. The shinobi hero who once led the village to victory in 2 great ninja wars was now inevitably old and muddled. How truly pathetic. Inside the izakaya. Even though Tsunade had already explicitly refused, Amai, still kneeling on the ground, wanted to say more. Enough, Amai. Just then, a rough voice interrupted him, and everyone's eyes involuntarily turned toward the door. With just one look, Soji's nerves immediately tensed up. This person's chakra gave him the feeling of a purple flash of lightning suddenly igniting in the pitch-black night. Vast and scorching, carrying an innate majesty and sense of oppression, it was chakra quality truly belonging to a monster-level existence. If Tsunade's chakra was like refined steel, tempered 1,000 times, solid and heavy, then this dark-skinned burly man's chakra was an entire thundercloud. Wild, explosive, and containing a sharp edge capable of tearing through the atmosphere. The door curtain moved. A hand pulled back the curtain. Under the brown skin, muscles were knotted like boulders, every line looking as if carved by a knife or axe, containing an explosive sense of power. The veins on his arm bulged slightly. This wasn't a sickly frailty, but the extreme expansion of vitality. Then, the man stepped inside. His broad shoulders almost touched the doorframe, and he was a full head taller than Amai. He wore only a large white cloak, his thick chest muscles half concealed, and 8-pack abs neatly arranged, outlining a perfect inverted triangle. With wide shoulders and back and a tapered waist, every inch of muscle seemed born for battle. His medium-length blonde hair was combed back cleanly, and his equally golden beard was neatly trimmed, making that sharp-featured face appear even more majestic. His brown skin glowed with a healthy luster under the izakaya's dim lights, not the skin of someone living in luxury, but a coarse texture polished by countless battles, wind, sand, and the scorching sun. But none of that was the focus. The focus was those eyes. Sharp as a falcon's, yet calm as a deep pool. With just a single sweep of his gaze, the air in the entire izakaya seemed to freeze slightly. It wasn't intentional intimidation, but an instinct belonging to an existence at the top of the food chain. His mere presence made everything around him feel oppressed. His gaze swept past Amai, past Soji, and finally landed on Sununade. Just one look. But in that look, Soji read many things. Scrutiny, assessment, alertness, and a certain restrained respect. It wasn't a weakling looking up at the strong, but a mutual recognition between equals. Then, he nodded slightly. Princess Sununade, I apologize for the late-night intrusion. His voice was deep, carrying an innate majesty, yet unexpectedly restrained. At this moment, Soji also noticed his stance, legs slightly apart, center of gravity lowered, hands hanging naturally at his sides. That wasn't a relaxed stance, but a combat posture ready to explode at any moment. Even when seeking medical help, even in a late-night izakaya, his body maintained its instinctive alertness. But what concerned Soji most was his chakra. In the vision of the 6 eyes, the 4th rakage's chakra presented a singular texture, not ordinary blue, but lightning with a purple halo, flowing slowly within his body like a sleeping beast. The scale of that chakra was so massive that in Soji's perception, the man's outline was somewhat blurred. It was like looking at someone through a layer of lightning, clearly right in front of him, yet giving an untouchable, elusive feeling. And even more terrifying was his physical body. The 6 eyes could not only see chakra but also the subtle structures of the body. This man's muscle density, bone strength, and the toughness of his meridians far exceeded those of ordinary people by several times. That body was, in itself, a weapon. Then, Tsunade's voice rang out, carrying a drunken laziness and a sober alertness. Yo, the 4th rakage. Princess Tsunade, I never expected you to help us willingly from the start anyway. Saying this, the 4th rakage stepped forward, patting Amai's shoulder as he passed him. Amai immediately stood up proudly. This is the leader of our Kumogakure village, Lord Rakage. The 4th rakage stood before Tsunade's table, looking down at her, while Tsunade tilted her head back, staring at him, and suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, quite a big shot has arrived, hasn't he? Her tone was quite mocking. After all, in terms of status, as a direct descendant of the Senju, a princess of the land of fire, and the progenitor of medical ninjas, a 4th rakage wasn't much to her. The 4th rakage wasn't angered by Tsunade's attitude, only saying coldly in an unchanging tone, if you're unwilling, even if I have to take action against you, I will tie you up and bring you back. Tsunade's expression turned serious as well, her eyes staring sharply at him. How interesting. Do you know who you're boasting to? If you have the guts, then try it. At this moment, the aura of the two clashed in the void realm, and the temperature of the entire izakaya dropped a few degrees. Beside them, Amai nervously reached for his waist pouch. A great battle seemed inevitable. But Soji knew they wouldn't fight. The 4th rakage was mindful of Tsunade's status. If a fight broke out and he couldn't hold back, Konoha would never let the matter rest. At the same time, he also feared Tsunade would sabotage the treatment. And Tsunade herself was bluffing, Her weakness of hemophobia made it impossible for her to fight an opponent of this level right now. I'll wait for you in the empty lot behind. After a moment of confrontation, the fourth rakage took the initiative to lower his posture. He was here to request Sununade to treat his subordinate, not to start a war. However, he was also telling Sununade through his actions that he could take a step back, but he would not give up. Let's go, Amai. With those words, the fourth rakage was the first to walk out of the izakaya. Amai, after bowing to Sununade, also hurried to follow. Inside the izakaya, it became quiet once again. After a moment, Soji looked at Sununade, who was still drinking, and asked, Lady Sununade, what do you plan to do? Hey, being targeted by the fourth rakage is indeed a troublesome matter. Sununade gave a helpless smile, then boldly drained her cup in one gulp. In the end, it's just treating an injured person. It's fine. It's a time of peace now, even the fourth rakage wouldn't dare act recklessly. Hearing this, Yamada Soshi fell silent for a moment. If she performed the treatment, the issue of Sunade's hemophobia would inevitably be exposed. I mean, let's slip away during the night. This isn't the land of lightning. At these words, Sununade gave him a surprised look. Yamada Soshi smiled. Running away isn't shameful. I'm not some hot-headed fool. Against an established cage-level powerhouse like the fourth rakage, even if he used all his trump cards, he probably wouldn't be his match, but escaping was still possible. Forget it. Given the fourth rakage's speed, running away isn't practical. Sununade shook her head and refused him. Just as Soji was about to say something more, he turned his head and realized that Sununade had already fallen asleep on the table. Soji's attitude softened. Fine, let them wait for a night. At worst, tomorrow he'd see just how powerful this fourth rakage really was. Thinking this, he slowly stood up, took off his outer coat, and gently covered Sununade with it. After a night of torrential rain, it finally began to clear up around noon the next day. Warm sunlight spilled across the earth, and even the air felt scrubbed clean, carrying that unique freshness that follows a rainstorm. Water droplets were still falling from the eaves, tapping against the bluestone slabs with a crisp sound. The chirping of birds from distant treetops felt exceptionally refreshing. That stinking woman! A roar exploded, startling the birds from the trees. In the open space behind the commercial street, the fourth rakage roared at the sky, his long golden hair appearing as if it were on fire under the sunlight. He had waited here for an entire night. One whole night. Standing in the pouring rain for the entire night. Meanwhile, that fool woman had slept until now in a warm izakaya. Rakage-sama. Amai spoke cautiously, should I go check again? No need. The fourth rakage spat out those two words through gritted teeth and strode toward the izakaya with large steps. His footsteps were heavy. With every step he took, the accumulated water splashed high. His white cloak had long been soaked by the rain and then dried, now draped wrinkly over his body, devoid of the aura he had last night. But his gaze was sharper than it had been the night before. Inside the izakaya. Lady Sununade. Shizune, are you awake? No response. Soji sat in the corner, a bowl of cold porridge sitting in front of him. He had stayed on guard until late last night before leaning against the wall for a short nap. Now, his eyes beneath the black cloth were clear, but what reached his ears were two steady sounds of breathing. Sununade was slumped over the table, maintaining the same position she had collapsed in last night, her golden hair spilling out and covering her entire face. Shizune was curled up on the nearby tatami, hugging Tauntaun, with a trace of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. She showed no signs of waking up at all. Soji sighed and was about to get up to wake them. Bang! The door was shoved open with great force, the two wooden panels slamming against the walls, causing dust to shake loose from the ceiling beams. Sununade. The fourth rakage's roar exploded within the small izakaya, making the sake bottles on the table jump. Soji's eye twitched. That voice was truly loud enough. Shizune was the first to react. She blearily opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a tall, muscular figure standing at the door. Sunlight shone in from behind him, leaving his face hidden in shadow, save for a pair of eyes that shone terrifyingly bright. Shizune blinked. She blinked again. Then her gaze fell upon the forehead protector on the man's brow, the symbol of Kumogakure, and further up, to that sharp-featured face which was currently livid. Ah! Shizun's mouth opened, but her voice was stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She stiffly turned her head to look at the golden head slumped on the table. Lady Sunade. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Sunade didn't move. Lady Sunade. Shizun raised her volume, her voice carrying a clear tremble. Sunade still didn't move. Princess Sunade. The fourth rakage gave another thunderous shout, making the window frames rattle. This time, the golden head finally moved. Sunade slowly raised her head, her golden hair falling away to reveal a face still full of sleepiness. Her eyes were half closed, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the menacing figure at the door for a full 3 seconds. Then she spoke with a look of confusion, her voice as raspy as sandpaper on wood. "Who are you?" Amai helplessly introduced him again. "This is the leader of Kumogakure, the Rakage-sama." Hearing this, Tsunade rubbed her eyes, gave a yawn, and then lazily propped up her chin, looking at the livid man at the door. "Yo, quite the important figure has arrived. You said that last night." A vein popped on the fourth Rakage's forehead. "Princess Tsunade." Then, his voice dropped very low, like the muffled thunder before a storm. "You promised last night." "What did I promise?" Tsunade tilted her head, looking completely innocent. "You." The fourth Rakage's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, I drank way too much last night, I can't remember." Seeing this, Tsunade waved her hand, her tone as dismissive as if she were shooing away a beggar. "Besides, just because you say so doesn't make it true. Where's the evidence?" Amai's face turned red with anger. How could you be like this? Rakage-sama personally waited in the rain all night, and you actually. Amai. The fourth Rakage raised his hand to stop him. His gaze fell on Tsunade's face, a dangerous light flickering in those hawk-like eyes. "Princess Tsunade, what exactly do you want?" Hearing this, Tsunade smiled, a smile tinged with laziness and playfulness. "What do I want?" She pushed herself up from the table, her body swaying slightly. Clearly, her hangover hadn't fully passed. "It's simple, fourth. I, Princess Tsunade, never save people based on their status, it's based on my mood." Saying so, she walked around the table, taking step after step toward the door. Sunlight shone in from the door and fell upon her. Her grayish-white short kimono was wrinkled, and her collar remained open, revealing delicate collarbones and a patch of snowy white skin. Her long golden hair was loosely scattered, with a few strands sticking to her cheeks and others hanging over her chest. Languid. Charming. But within those eyes, there was clarity. "You stood there all night. That's your business. I didn't ask you to." She stopped 3 paces away from the fourth Rakage, crossing her arms as she looked at him. "However, seeing as you've been so sincere, how about a bet?" The fourth Rakage didn't speak, he just stared at her. "A bet on arm wrestling." Tsunade raised one hand, her 5 fingers splaying open before slowly curling into a fist. "If you win, I'll go save your person immediately. If I win, you take your people and get the hell out of the land of gold, and never show your faces before me again. How about it?" Lady Tsunade. Shizun wanted to say something, but the words died in her throat. She looked at Tsunade's smiling face and suddenly didn't know what to say. The fourth Rakage also looked at Tsunade. His gaze moved from her face to the hand she had raised. That hand was fair and slender, looking as though it had nothing to do with the word, power. But who was she? One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The granddaughter of the first Hokage. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, "Fine." Amai was stunned. Rakage-sama. The fourth Rakage ignored him and just stared at Tsunade. "Good, it's a deal." Seeing this scene, Soji finally recalled this part of the plot. The secret technique of the Land of Cedars, the Zanyuan clan who specialized in killing ninjas, the clash of power and speed between the fourth Rakage and Tsunade. This plot was just a small interlude in the original work. In the end, Shizun performed the surgery to help treat the Kumogakure ninja. And what could he gain from all this? Yamada Soshi looked at the fourth Rakage, silently calculating something in his mind. On the open ground behind the commercial street, the sun was shining just right, and rainwater gathered into shallow puddles beneath their feet, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The cries of vendors drifted from afar, faint and blurry, as if they were matters of another world. But this open space, at this moment, belonged to two people. A massive, stubborn rock lay across the center, half as tall as a person and as thick as two people embracing, its surface covered in moss and rain streaks. No one knew who had moved it here or from where. It just stood abruptly on the open ground, like a referee specially prepared for this contest. Sununade stood on one side of the stone, supporting herself with one hand on its surface, her elbow firmly braced against the rock. The fourth rakage stood on the other side in the same posture, his elbow braced against the stone. One dark, one fair. One large, one small. The contrast was strikingly sharp. Soji stood to the side, his 6 eyes beneath the black cloth staring at those two hands. Sunade's hand was fair and delicate, with long fingers and neatly trimmed, clean nails painted in bright red polish. It was a hand that looked like it should be holding a wine glass or flipping through medical records, completely unrelated to the word's strength. The fourth rakage's hand was a different matter entirely. Brown skin, thick knuckles, and a palm as thick as an iron plate. His 5 fingers were thick and powerful, the pads covered in calluses, marks left by decades of clenching and throwing punches. When the two hands gripped each other, the fourth rakage's palm almost completely enveloped Sunade's hand, like a giant beast clutching a small bird. Amai stood not far behind the fourth rakage, the corners of his mouth already unable to stop curling upward. Was there even a need to compete? How could such a slender wrist possibly withstand the strength of the rakage? Soji did not speak. He simply looked at Sunade's profile. There was no tension on that face, only a lazy, nonchalant smile, as if this were just a boring game. Kid. Sununade suddenly spoke without turning her head, call the start. Soji nodded and took a deep breath, ready. The arms of both individuals tensed simultaneously. Start. As soon as the word fell, boom. Golden chakra and blue-purple lightning erupted simultaneously. There was no testing, no hesitation, both went all out from the very beginning. Sunade's chakra was golden, condensed and heavy like refined steel, instantly enveloping her entire body. That golden layer was not a burning flame, but a hard armor, her unique monstrous power inherited from the Senju clan. The fourth rakage's chakra was blue-purple, wild and explosive like lightning, leaping and coiling around his arm with a crackling sound. That was the lightning release chakra mode, the absolute power he took pride in. The two forces of chakra collided violently above the rock, the air exploding with a dull roar. At that moment, Amai's smile suddenly froze on his face. Because he saw the rakage's arm shaking, not a shake of fear, but the uncontrollable trembling of muscles reaching their limit in a contest of strength. Yet Sunade's arm remained motionless. That slender, fair wrist was like an iron pillar cast into the stone. No matter how the blue-purple lightning lashed against it, it remained as steady as a mountain. Then, she began to exert force. Very slowly. Very steadily. Inch by inch. The fourth rakage's wrist was pressed toward the stone surface bit by bit. Amai's eyes widened. How was this possible? The rakage's strength could split lightning with bare hands and shatter a mountaintop with a single punch. How could he be suppressed by a woman? But the truth was right before his eyes. Veins bulged on the fourth rakage's forehead, his teeth were clenched tight, and every muscle in his body was straining. That perfect combat physique, every single muscle was roaring at this moment. But it was useless. Sunade's hand continued to press down. The golden chakra was like a mountain, weighing heavily upon his hand. Lord Rakage. Amai was so nervous he couldn't help but take a step forward. Don't come over. The fourth Rakage barked, halting his steps. His eyes were fixed on Sununade, those hawk-like eyes now burning with a raging fighting spirit. Sununade smiled. Still want to persist, fourth. Her voice was as relaxed as if they were just chatting. If this continues, this hand of yours will be ruined. The fourth Rakage did not speak. He just stared at her. The silence lasted for a second as he thought of many things. Ha ah. The fourth rakage suddenly let out a roar as he abruptly let go, his entire arm rapidly pulling back. Tsunade's hand lost its target, and in the instant it pressed forward with momentum, a flash of blue-purple lightning suddenly flickered. The fourth rakage's arm suddenly vanished, but Soji's six eyes caught it. It wasn't a disappearance. It was speed pushed to the absolute limit. A speed so fast the eyes simply could not capture it. His arm pulling back was only for a split second, and then it immediately pressed down again with even greater speed. His palm gripped Tsunade's hand once more, but this time, the posture had changed. The angle at which his arm pressed down and the degree to which his body leaned forward concentrated the full force of his entire being. Boom! The massive rock shattered instantly. Stone fragments flew, and dust billowed up. Amai was blown back 2 steps by the air pressure, raising his hand to shield his face. Dust filled the air. Nothing could be seen. Only blue-purple lightning flickered within the dust cloud, like lightning in a storm. Who won? Both Shizune and Amai on the side stared with wide eyes. The dust gradually settled, revealing 3 figures. The fourth rakage stood in place, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, blue-purple lightning flickering erratically on his body as sweat slid down his cheeks. His right hand was pressed against the stone surface. The stone surface was already shattered. That massive rock now consisted of nothing but a ground full of rubble. And atop the rubble, Tsunade's right hand was pressed beneath his. But that hand did not touch the stone. Between the back of her hand and the rubble, another hand was placed as a cushion. The hand of a youth. Fair, slender, with distinct knuckles. The veins on the back of the hand bulged slightly, clearly bearing immense pressure. Soji had somehow rushed between the two of them. His right hand was cushioned under Tsunade's hand, his left hand held his blind cane, his body was tilted, and his eyes were covered by the black cloth, making his expression unreadable, though his jaw was tight. Seeing this scene, Tsunade was stunned. She looked down at the hand cushioned beneath her own, her gaze flickering slightly. Kid. The fourth rakage was also stunned. He looked at the silver-haired youth, his brow furrowing. When did this youth rush in? His speed? No, his speed wasn't that fast, but the timing of his entry was exactly that split second. It was exactly the moment before their arms were about to touch the stone, as if he had known exactly what was going to happen beforehand. Soji did not look at anyone. He just kept his head lowered, feeling the pressure coming from his palm. It was very heavy. A portion of the force from the fourth rakage's strike had transferred to his hand. His arm was shaking slightly, but he did not pull back. As expected of the fourth rakage, speed truly is power. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. You win, fourth. Tsunade's voice rang out, as calm as if she were saying the weather was nice today. She withdrew her hand, pulling Soji's hand back along with it, while the fourth rakage also withdrew his arm and stood up straight. He first looked at Tsunade, then at the silver-haired youth. You, he began, wanting to say something. A loss is a loss. Tsunade interrupted him, brushing the stone dust off her hands, her tone as casual as if they were making small talk. Let's go, take me to see your person. She turned and walked into the distance, but after 2 steps, she stopped without turning around. Kid, what are you still standing there for? Keep up. Oh, coming. Soji responded, gripping his blind cane and silently following. As he passed by the fourth rakage, he paused for a brief moment. The fourth rakage was looking at him, and in those hawk-like eyes, there was now a bit more curiosity. What is your name? The fourth rakage suddenly asked. Soji tilted his head slightly. Yamada Soshi. He gave a brief answer and then continued walking forward. The blind cane tapped the ground. Clack, clack, clack. The sound was exceptionally crisp in the empty space after the rain. The fourth rakage stood in place, watching that slender back gradually recede. The sunlight fell on his silver-white hair, shimmering with a soft light. Amai cautiously approached. Rai. Lord Rakage, are you alright? The fourth rakage did not answer. He just stared at that back. After a long while. Amai. Yes. That youth. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. He is not simple. After we return to Kumogakure, investigate his background. Amai was startled, looked at the receding slender figure, and immediately lowered his head, responding, yes. However, he is likely Lady Tsunade's disciple, right? He won't be joining Kumogakure. At that moment, Tsunade's voice came from afar, carrying her usual laziness and impatience. What are you dawdling for? Are we doing the treatment or not? The fourth rakage withdrew his gaze and strode to keep up. The sun was just right. A breeze brushed over the empty, rubble-strewn ground, swirling up a wisp of fine dust. A stone house that was almost reduced to ruins. The stone walls were mottled with cracks of all sizes. Sunlight leaked through the gaps, forming slender pillars of light. Half the roof had collapsed, revealing a gray sky. Rainwater dripped along the damaged tiles, creating shallow pits in the muddy ground. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell, as well as a faint, lingering metallic sweetness. That was the smell of blood. Deep inside the stone house, a simple stone bed sat against the wall. A lean, dark-skinned man lay upon it, his bare upper body covered in knotted muscles. What should have been a body full of power was now completely motionless. This was because a massive lump occupied more than half of his chest. The shape of the lump was utterly bizarre, resembling a twisted spider with 8 legs radiating outward, burrowing deep into his flesh. The surface of the lump was a dark bluish-black, with bulging veins that pulsed slightly with his breathing, as if it were a living thing. Kurai, hang in there. Amai knelt by the stone bed, gripping his companion's hand tightly, his voice carrying an uncontrollable tremor. The strongest medical ninja, Lady Tsunade, is here. You'll be fine, do you hear me? You'll be fine. Kurai, lying on the bed, did not respond. His eyes were half open, his pupils unfocused, and his lips were dry and pale. Only the spider-shaped lump on his chest rose and fell slightly, like a silent mockery. Tsunade stood by the bed, looking down at the lump. She didn't rush to act, she just observed. Her long blonde hair slid off her shoulders, a few strands hanging before her chest. Her expression was calm, and there was no trace of intoxication in her eyes. Soji stood at the doorway, his blind cane resting at his side. Beneath the black cloth, his 6 eyes silently observed everything. That lump. His 6 eyes could see much more. Inside the lump, dense chakra reactions were squirming. These reactions were extremely minute, like countless tiny insects crawling and breeding. They fed on chakra. With every bit they devoured, they grew slightly larger, and then continued to consume. As for Kurai's internal chakra pathways, they had already been eroded until they were riddled with holes. Tsunade reached out, placing her hand over the lump. Pale green medical chakra overflowed from her palm, slowly seeping into the hideous growth. Gradually, her brow furrowed slightly. Then, she withdrew her hand and turned to look at the fourth rakage. You said you seized a secret technique from the land of cedars. Her voice was calm, but her tone carried a hint of scrutiny. The fourth rakage stood at the entrance, his towering figure almost blocking half the doorway. His white mantle fluttered in the wind, and his broad chest and knotted muscles gleamed with a bronze luster under the sunlight. Hearing this, he nodded. Tsunade gave a cold laugh. I didn't expect the land of cedars to have an expert capable of using such a secret technique. A technique of this level isn't something any random small nation can produce. The fourth rakage looked at her, his gaze steady. The opponent was not a ninja from a hidden village. Oh. They were hired by the hidden cedar village, the Zanyuan clan. The air in the stone house seemed to stagnate for a moment. Tsunade's eyebrows shot up. The Zanyuan clan. That mercenary group famous throughout the ninja world for hunting ninjas. The fourth rakage did not answer, but his silence was an answer in itself. Tsunade smiled. That smile carried blatant mockery. Fourth Hokage, you people are still acting like bandits as always. You really stumbled big time this time, didn't you? The fourth rakage's brow twitched. Amai stood up abruptly, his face flushing red. What do you know? We did this for the village. Amai. The fourth rakage's deep voice stopped him. Then, he looked at Tsunade, his gaze calm. Say what you will. Tsunade crossed her arms and leaned against the stone wall in a languid posture. Am I wrong? Does the reputation of the Land of Lightning in the ninja world even need me to list it out? Konoha's Byakugan, the young miss of the Hyuga clan's head family. The incident where you almost kidnapped her hasn't even been that many years. Her tone was airy, but every word was like a knife. Then there's the sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools, and the hero's water of Takigakure. Which one haven't you plotted for? Kumogakure has coveted most of the secret techniques of various nations in the ninja world. If that's not being a bandit, what is? The fourth rakage did not refute her. He simply looked at her, his gaze as calm as water. Are you finished? Sununade raised an eyebrow. If you're finished, then save him. The fourth rakage's voice remained deep, carrying an innate majesty, yet it was surprisingly restrained. Sununade stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting. She turned and walked back to the stone bed, looking once more at the spider-shaped lump. A secret technique of the Zanyuan clan, she murmured. No wonder you couldn't handle it. Amai leaned in nervously. Lady Sununade, can you cure it? Sununade didn't answer. She reached out again. This time, it wasn't a simple diagnosis but a deeper probe. Pale green chakra continuously seeped into the lump, and her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. After a long while, she withdrew her hand and looked at the fourth rakage. How much do you know about this technique? Not much, the fourth rakage said gravely. Only that this lump will explode. Explode. After he was hit by the technique, we immediately sealed his chakra to try and stop the spread, but it was useless. The fourth rakage's gaze fell on the lump on Kurai's chest. Especially after using ninjutsu, the lump expands rapidly. At the time, we saw with our own eyes that after Nirui used a ninjutsu, he expanded and exploded in an instant. If we hadn't stopped Kurai in time, he might also be. Hearing this, Sununade nodded, lost in thought. As I thought, it's that kind of thing. With that, she straightened up and looked at Soji. Kid, do you know what this is? Soji was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Sununade to suddenly ask him. However, the observations of his 6 eyes had indeed allowed him to see something. It's a type of bug. He spoke, his voice cold and clear. Very small, likely at the bacterial level. After invading the human body, they feed on chakra. As he spoke, he looked at the lump on Kurai's chest. Eventually, they gather at the chest to form this lump. But it's not a single lump, it's a collective of countless bugs. Hearing this, Amai's face turned pale, while Sununade smiled, a smile full of meaning. This kid's eyes were even more terrifying than the X-ray vision of the Byakugan. Then she turned to the fourth rakage. He's right. These things are called explosive bugs. They should be the signature secret technique of the Zanyuan clan. Explosive bugs, the fourth rakage repeated. Correct. A type of bug that can invade the body and feed on chakra. The Aburame clan of Konoha once cultivated this kind of bug. Initially, they are only the size of bacteria and can invade a human body silently. But the survival rate was too low, the cost of cultivation was too high, and their utility was very limited. So, the Aburame clan abandoned them. Pointing to the lump on Kurai's chest, Sununade continued, however, once they grow like this in a human body, that person is basically finished. The fourth rakage's gaze darkened. Can you cure it? Sununade didn't answer directly. She looked at Kurai, then at the fourth rakage, and suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, fourth Hokage, haven't you noticed yet? Noticed what? You've been parasitized too. The fourth rakage's pupils constricted slightly. Amai cried out in shock, what? Sununade crossed her arms, her tone flat. Not just you. That loudmouth next to you was hit too. Amai's face went completely white. He instinctively looked down at his chest, frantically pulling open his collar. But there was nothing there. Stop looking. Sununade said lazily, you control it well. Of course you can't see it now. The explosive bug is smaller than bacteria in the early stage, so it's invisible. The fourth rakage stood there, not looking down or checking himself, but simply watching Sununade. Then why am I fine? When I arm wrestled with you, I used a lot of chakra. Sununade explained with a smile, because the speed at which you use chakra is too fast. Explosive bugs feed on chakra, but they need time to absorb and grow. Every time you refine chakra, you use it before they have a chance to absorb it. Sununade said, unable to help but laugh. Fourth rakage, your lightning release chakra mode unexpectedly became your life-saving talisman. Amai listened from the side, stunned. Then is Lord Rakage safe? Just because you're fine now doesn't mean you'll be fine later. Sununade put away her smile. As long as you are still refining chakra and fighting, the explosive bugs will absorb it bit by bit. One day, you will become like him. As soon as these words were spoken, the stone house fell silent, save for the faint sound of Karai's breathing and the rain dripping from the roof. The fourth rakage stood at the doorway, the sunlight shining from behind him, obscuring his face in shadow. The silence lasted for a long time, and then he spoke, you can cure him, right? Sununade glanced at Karai and nodded, yes, but our bet only covers him, not you. The fourth rakage understood, conditions. Sununade smiled, smart. As she spoke, she reached out and held up one finger. First, 50 million ryo, not a single penny less. Upon hearing this, the fourth rakage nodded, worth it. Then, Sununade held up a second finger. Second, ninjutsu secret manuals for the wind, water, and earth releases, 5 for each, common ones will do. As soon as these words were spoken, the stone house went quiet for a moment. Soshi's fingers gripping his blind cane tightened slightly. Wind, water, and earth were his chakra attributes. He immediately looked at Sunade's profile. Her face remained lazy and casual, as if she were discussing what to have for lunch. Her golden eyes didn't even glance his way, merely looking nonchalantly at the fourth rakage. The fourth rakage was silent for a moment. Those hawk-like eyes stared at Sununade, his gaze calm as water, showing neither joy nor anger. That's too much. His voice was low but unquestionable. Sununade raised an eyebrow and didn't speak. The fourth rakage continued, 15 ninjutsu is too many, but I can trade with 2 types of ninjutsu. Which 2? The lightweight rock technique and weighted rock technique from Iwagakure. Upon hearing this, Soshi's breathing paused slightly. The lightweight rock technique is an earth release secret manual that can alter the gravity of objects, allowing oneself or things touched to become lighter, thereby achieving flight or high-speed movement. The weighted rock technique is the opposite. It can significantly increase the weight of an object, making attacks heavier and making it difficult for opponents to move. These 2 ninjutsu are Iwagakure's signature earth release techniques, and even secret arts involving the domain of gravity. In the entire Iwagakure, the number of ninjas who can skillfully use these ninjutsu can be counted on one hand. How did the hidden cloud village obtain them? But after a moment's thought, Soshi understood. The land of lightning borders the land of earth, and the hidden cloud village and Iwagakure are mortal enemies. Iwagakure killed the Sandame of the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Cloud Village frequently harassed Iwagakure's borders, mutually plundering resources, intelligence, and ninjutsu. Having fought for so many years, it was not difficult for the Hidden Cloud Village to obtain some core secret manuals from Iwagakure. Moreover, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village primarily specialize in lightning release and taijutsu, and earth release ninjas are already rare there. Now, trading these 2 ninjutsu, which were tasteless to the Hidden Cloud Village but a pity to discard, was not a loss for them. Even Soshi's brows twitched slightly. They could also use this to shift Iwagakure's attention to the land of fire. After all, if Iwagakure knew their secret manuals had fallen into the hands of the Konoha Sannin, that grudge. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The fourth rakage's move, while appearing to be a concession, was actually shrewd. However, Sununade clearly thought of this too. She stared at the fourth rakage for 2 seconds and suddenly smiled. Deal. She agreed straightforwardly, as if she didn't care about those calculations at all, or perhaps, she simply didn't care. Soshi's gaze from beneath the black cloth fell upon Sununade. Sununade wanted those 3 types of ninjutsu for him. Wind, water, and earth were exactly his chakra attributes. 15 ninjutsu were enough for him to enrich his ninjutsu library and fill the gaps outside of his taijutsu and curse techniques. After the fourth rakage counter-offered, the 2 earth release secret arts were actually of higher value. The lightweight rock technique could allow him to fly, and combined with the visual advantage of the six eyes, it would be a qualitative improvement for pursuit, retreat, or reconnaissance. The weighted rock technique could enhance the destructive power of his Shikatsumyaku. Just imagine, a bone spear imbued with the weighted rock technique could be 10 or even dozens of times heavier than original, and combined with the burst of black flash. The lethality would be something even he dared not estimate. But did Tsunade know all this? She didn't know the specific abilities of the six eyes, didn't know his cursed technique system, and didn't even know his true fighting style, but she knew his chakra attributes. Tsunade knew he wanted to become stronger, and she knew what was useful to him, that was enough. So she raised his head and looked at Tsunade's back. She was still in that lazy posture, arms crossed, leaning against the stone wall. The way she bargained with the fourth rakage was no different from when she was in the casino. But so she suddenly realized that in the original story, Tsunade never charged for treating the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. At that time, she had lost Kato-dan and Nawaki, was disheartened, and was indifferent to everything. When the Hidden Cloud Village came to her, they made a bet, and after losing, she treated them, that was all. But now, she was demanding payment, and what she was collecting were things that were exactly useful to him. Was it because of him? Was it because of this year spent together that he had changed from a troublesome patient into a reliable companion? At this moment, Soshi felt as if something had stirred gently in his chest. Very lightly, so light that it was almost imperceptible. Even after transmigrating to another world, he seemed to be the same as before, inexplicably moved by some kind gesture from others. Then it's settled. Tsunade clapped her hands and straightened up from the stone wall. Treat the patient first, then deliver the goods. Fourth rakage, you have no objections, right? The fourth rakage nodded, agreed. After receiving an affirmative reply, Tsunade walked quickly to the stone bed and looked down at the unconscious Hidden Cloud ninja. Kurai's breathing was weaker than before, and the spider-shaped lump on his chest seemed to have grown another circle. Am I right? Amai was stunned and nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. Go boil hot water, the more the better. Then find a few clean containers, clay pots are best, if not, use bamboo tubes. Yes. Amai turned and ran. Kid. Tsunade didn't turn around, but her voice came, come here, I'll teach you how to handle it. It had changed again. In the original story, after Tsunade diagnosed, she clearly had Shizune take full charge of the surgery, but now it had turned into teaching him. But was Tsunade's hemophobia really not a problem? Soshi gripped his blind cane and walked to her side. Before Soshi could speak, Tsunade looked down at the lump and suddenly lowered her voice, saying one sentence in a volume only the two of them could hear. I have already diagnosed the detailed situation. Next, you will perform the surgery, and Shizune will be on the side assisting. This is your first surgery, do it well. Upon hearing this, Soshi was slightly stunned. Tsunade turned her head, her golden eyes looking at him, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. This is a secret art of the Zanyuan clan, there are few in the ninja world who can undo it. Once you understand it, you won't be helpless when you encounter similar things in the future. Soshi was silent for a moment, then he nodded slightly, yes. Tsunade withdrew her gaze and looked back at the lump. Her hand placed over it, and pale green medical chakra slowly overflowed. Shizune, go prepare the medicine needed for the surgery. Yes. Shizune glanced at Soshi and then hurried out. Outside the stone house, sunlight spilled through the clouds. The fourth rakage stood at the doorway, his tall figure motionless like a statue. His gaze passed through the stone house and landed on the silver-haired boy. The boy stood at Tsunade's side, eyes covered, expression unclear, but his posture, the angle of his head, the way his fingers gripped his blind cane. Were all in a stance ready to strike at any moment. Even while learning, his body remained alert. The fourth rakage remembered the moment the boy rushed in on the open ground earlier. The timing, position, and angle were perfect, it was definitely not luck. The fourth rakage narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did Tsunade find such a boy? And, he recalled the name the boy had given. Yamada Soshi, never heard of him, but those covered eyes always gave him the feeling of being observed. Not simple. The fourth rakage withdrew his gaze and looked at the distant sky. Surgery preparation complete. Amai placed the last jar of hot water by the stone bed, and when he straightened up, fine beads of sweat had already seeped onto his forehead. He looked at Sununade, waiting for her next instruction, but Sununade took a step back. Begin. Her voice was calm, but Soji noticed her fingers curl slightly. Amai was stunned, subconsciously looking at the operating table. He instinctively reached for the scalpel, but he suddenly froze. Because Sununade was not looking at him, but at that white-haired, blind boy. Kid, you perform the surgery. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the stone room seemed to freeze for a moment. Amai's hand froze in midair, the expression on his face changing from confusion to shock, and then from shock to disbelief. He is going to perform the surgery. His voice rose, and his gaze landed on Soji as if he had seen a ghost. The boy was blindfolded, his figure tall yet thin, looking no more than 12 or 13 years old. He stood there holding his blind cane, as quiet as a shadow. Amai was a medical jonin of the Hidden Cloud village. He knew too well what this surgery required. Explosive bugs fed on chakra and parasitized deep within the meridian system. The process of excising them had to be precise to the millimeter. Any fluctuation of chakra could stimulate those bugs, causing them to expand and explode instantly. If that happened, it wouldn't just be Karai who died. A surgery of this level required a medical ninja who was experienced and had extremely practiced techniques. A boy. A 12 or 13-year-old boy. Lady Sununade. Amai took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone respectful. I know he is your disciple, but if you'll pardon my bluntness, he cannot complete this surgery. Sununade didn't speak. Amai turned to the fourth rakage, his gaze filled with a plea for help. The fourth rakage stood at the doorway, his tall figure blocking half of the entrance. His gaze fell on Soji, those hawk-like eyes narrowing slightly, filled with scrutiny and doubt. He was too young. So young that it was hard to believe he could complete such a surgery. Princess Sununade. The fourth rakage spoke, his voice low, are you sure? Sununade crossed her arms and leaned against the stone wall, sure. Her answer was crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Amai became anxious, but what? Sununade interrupted him, her tone carrying her usual impatience. You think that because you can't do it, others can't either. Amai's face flushed red, it's not that I can't do it. I'm just worried. Worried about him. Sununade pointed at Soji and suddenly smiled. Do you know how long this kid has been following me? Amai was stunned. 1 year. Sununade held up her index finger and shook it. In 1 year, he has memorized the human meridian system better than I have. He is a natural medical genius. As she spoke, she lowered her hand and looked at Soji. Kid, tell him your pre-operative observations. Soji was silent for a moment, then he spoke, his voice cold and calm. The density of the explosive bugs is highest in the center of the mass and decreases towards the periphery. There are 3 main bugs located 3 centimeters directly above the heart, arranged in a triangular formation. The density of the bug swarm around them is twice that of other areas, and it is also the area most prone to being stimulated and exploding. Amai's mouth opened slightly. These data points were too detailed. Some were things even he hadn't noticed, yet this boy had just stood there and seen it all. What else? Sununade asked. The patient's chakra meridian system has been severely eroded. Soji continued, the 4th meridian branch in the right chest is almost completely ruptured. The second one in the left chest has less than 20% remaining. During the surgery, these fragile areas must be avoided, otherwise the meridian system will completely collapse. Amai was speechless. He looked at the 4th rakage, whose gaze had also changed. But Sununade smiled. Done reporting. If you're done, start. His condition can't wait too long. She walked over to Soji and patted his shoulder, remember what I told you. The incision must be steady, the speed fast. Don't give them time to react. Trust yourself, your eyes see more than you imagine. Soji nodded slightly, yes. Soji stood before the operating table. The dust-proof suit was already on, the gloves worn perfectly, and a chakra scalpel condensed at his fingertips, its pale blue light appearing exceptionally soft in the dim stone room. Shizune stood by his side, holding a tray filled with various instruments. Her complexion was a bit pale, but her hands were steady. Amai stood opposite, his expression complex. He didn't trust this boy, but Tsunade's words had shut down all his doubts. Now, he could only watch. Sister Shizune, prepare the hemostasis technique. Soji's voice was calm, without any nervousness. Shizune nodded, ready. Soji took a deep breath, and the next moment, the six eyes operated at full power. Beneath the black cloth, the entire world collapsed into a torrent of data in his eyes. Kurai's meridian distribution, the speed of chakra flow, the frequency of the explosive bugs wriggling, the location of those three main bugs, the density of the surrounding swarm, the boundaries of every fragile area. Everything was as clear as a 3D map, and his task was to quickly strip those bugs from this map. Begin surgery. The entire surgery proceeded quickly, so quickly that Amai almost thought he was hallucinating. And the boy's hands remained steady throughout, so steady that it didn't seem like the hands of a 12 or 13-year-old child. The chakra scalpel was like a living thing at his fingertips, every incision was precise to the millimeter, every excision was just right. He seemed to be able to see the location of those explosive bugs, predict their movements, and excise them from the meridians before they even had time to react. 1 cut. 2 cuts. 3 cuts. Those three main bugs, under his hands, seemed as if they had been immobilized, being stripped away one by one without moving, without any unnecessary stimulation. Everything followed the steps Tsunade had dictated, as precise as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Amai watched the bugs being stripped away, watched the undamaged meridians, and watched the boy's focused profile. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Shizune was also surprised. She had seen Soji practice medical ninjutsu and knew he was highly gifted, but she hadn't expected him to be able to do this level of work when facing an actual live surgery. The surgery was nearing its end. The last explosive bug was stripped away, the mass on Kurai's chest had completely collapsed, leaving only some residual tissue to be cleaned, and Soji's hands remained steady. But his six eyes captured another scene. Tsunade was standing at the doorway, her body trembling slightly. The trembling was very slight. If not for the six eyes, it would have been impossible to notice, but Soji saw it. Her muscles were contracting uncontrollably, her breathing had become erratic, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped from her forehead. Her gaze fell on the operating table, on those stripped away bugs, on the blood. Soji's brow moved slightly. Hemophobia. He had known about it for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen it erupt with his own eyes. Tsunade's pupils began to dilate, her hands clutched herself tightly, her knuckles turning white, as if she were using all her strength to hold herself together. Soji's six eyes saw her chakra, chaotic and disordered, as if it had been shattered by something, and those things came from her mind. Dan and Nawaki, the appearance of their deaths, every detail, every drop of blood, every inch of shattered flesh and bone. Soji lowered his eyes, his hands remained steady as he continued to complete the final cleaning. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.